Welcome to the best course ever for learning React Native. In this course, you're gonna learn how to build native mobile apps that works on both Android and iOS with only JavaScript code. I assume that you are absolute beginner and don't know anything about programming. So you don't need to learn anything to take this course. I mean, no other courses are required because you're gonna learn all the needed skills for mastering React Native. For example, building smooth and responsive UI that work in all screens and all devices, and how to navigate between screens and to create beautiful bottom tabs. You're gonna also work with APIs and learn CRUD operations, how to send data to server and fetch data from databases, and mastering working with APIs. You're gonna also learn Firebase and how to integrate with Firebase and work with it to get advantage of the amazing features that Firebase provides. You're gonna also learn how to manage the global and local state using Redux and React hooks. You're gonna also learn localization and how to make your app support multiple languages, to make your app multinational app, and a lot of other amazing skills that you're gonna learn. You're gonna practice those skills building multiple apps like e-commerce app, bookstore app, and other apps that you're gonna build. So if you want to get your first React Native job or building your Android or iOS apps and start your business, just stop wasting your time and money and start learning with me. So what's React Native? React Native is a popular JavaScript framework by Meta, formerly Facebook. It allows developers to build cross-platform mobile apps using single code base. That means you can write your app once and run it in both Android and iOS to save time and effort and money also. Why React Native is very good and very helpful? React Native has a large community and ecosystem, and it uses JavaScript or TypeScript to develop apps, and JavaScript is a popular programming language and widely known. And also, it's easier for web developer to transition into mobile development. Also, React Native has a hot reloading and fast refreshing, and also it's widely used by major companies like Facebook, Instagram, Uber Eats, Pinterest, Walmart, Shopify, Tesla, Bloomberg, Discord, and Microsoft. And a lot of companies and business owners these days prefer to build their apps using React Native because they don't need to hire two separate teams for iOS and Android with two code bases, pay for one, not two. That was a quick intro to React Native. Now let's go and see what you need to learn before you start learning React Native. Before you start learning React Native, you have to know that you need some requirements. You first need to learn JavaScript because JavaScript is essential and you need to understand JavaScript basics like variables, functions, arrays, objects, promises, and async await, and also ES6 features like arrow functions and destruction and spread operator, etc. And I have a crash course in the last section, so if you don't know JavaScript, don't worry because I have a section that I teach in it the needed JavaScript for React Native. So it's a crash course with intensive information. And also I have this course in my YouTube channel, so you can learn it from the JavaScript section or from my YouTube channel. The second thing is TypeScript. TypeScript is not mandatory, but it's highly recommended because it has a lot of benefits like better coding quality and fewer bugs, better IDE support and auto-completion, easier maintenance for large projects, and more and more. But you can start with JavaScript and learn TypeScript later. The third thing is React.js. React.js is not strictly necessary, but it's very helpful because many concepts overlap with React Native like components, state management, props, hooks, GSS syntax, and so on. But you can start this course without taking a React.js course. Why? Because each line of React.js code I write, I will explain it. So you can start without taking React.js course. So the only thing that you need to learn before taking this React Native course is JavaScript. Okay? You just need JavaScript to follow along with this tutorial without any future problems. And for TypeScript and React.js, don't worry, I'll cover them. I have a good news for you. But first, let me tell you the difference between Expo CLI and React Native CLI and the pros and cons of each one. When you start learning React Native, you need to decide which one of them you need to learn and to use because they shared a lot together and also there are some differences between them. For Expo, it's a framework built at the top of React Native. It simplified the development process because it comes with managed workflow, meaning you don't need to deal with Xcode and Android Studio to deploy your apps or even native configuration. Just install Expo and run your React Native code instantly. The pros of Expo: super easy to set up, come with built-in APIs like camera, notifications, and location. But the cons of it is bigger app sizes and limited access to native modules. Now React Native CLI. It's the default way to build your React Native apps, and it gives you a full control over native code. And you're gonna notice that you have Android and iOS folders. Now, what is the pros and cons of React Native CLI? First, the pros: it gives you a full access to native modules, and the app sizes are smaller than Expo. But the cons is harder to set up and harder to start with because you need to set up your Android Studio and Xcode and do a couple of configurations, and also slower development compared to Expo. So now let me tell you the good news. First, React Native CLI and Expo CLI share a lot together. When you're building your UI, you're gonna notice that the UI is 90 or 95% are the similar in React Native and Expo CLI. So they shared a lot together. I mean, they're not totally different. Now the question, which to use, React Native CLI or Expo CLI? If you are a business owner and want to deploy your app as soon as possible, I recommend you to use Expo CLI. But if you want to land a job and to get a job as a React Native developer, I recommend you to learn React Native CLI because the job market of CLI is bigger than Expo CLI. And the second good news, in this course, you're gonna learn both. You're gonna learn React Native CLI and Expo CLI. But we're gonna start with the simpler and the easier. Let me introduce for you Expo Snack. This Expo Snack is a good tool that you can type your React Native code in the internet. So let's in Google just search for Expo Snack and select this first option, React Native in the browser. Honestly, we're not gonna use this Expo Snack in development of our app, but I just want to give you a hint about this good website because it's a collaborative tool that you can share your Snack links with others to collaborate in real time. And this is great for debugging, and also this has a good cross-platforming testing like iOS and Android. So you can test your app on iOS like here and press on Launch Snack that you can run iOS device in the browser and also Android. And also if you press here on my device, you can run your code in your device, on your real device. You just need to download Expo Go from Google Store or App Store if you have an iPhone and just scan this code to run your app. Now, to those who are very excited in writing React Native code, let's write our first React Native code. So let's get rid of that code, this image here, and let's change this code and make it hello world. And let's make the background color black, and the color of the text, let's make it white, and increase the font size to be 50. Don't worry about this code. In this course, I will explain each line of code that I write, and also I will explain all of those components, text, SafeAreaView, and StyleSheet API, how to import components from React Native, how to create functional component, how to render your components, and the styles also. I just wanted you to write your first code in React Native. To start working with React Native, we need to install Node. If you open your terminal, here's the terminal in Mac, it's called terminal, but in Windows called command line, and you can get it in the search when you just type CMD. This is in Windows, but in Mac, just in your apps, just type terminal like this, and press on it to open your terminal. Because I installed Node, if I just type node-v, I can get the version of Node 22, but I assume you didn't install it yet. So in Google, just type node download and press on the first link here. Then, because I'm using Mac, I get this Mac installer and I can press here and download it. But if you are using Windows, you're gonna get the default is Windows, like this, and just choose your architecture from this selection. Okay, after downloading Node, you can just open it and install it. It's very simple, like you install a program or something. You can just agree and install. In Mac, you need to add your password. Now I'm done. If I just create a new terminal and just type node-v, now I can get the Node version number. And if you notice, it's still 22.12, not .13, because I didn't switch to 13 yet. And I don't want to. I just downloaded the Node to show you how to download it and install it. And also check npm-v to get the version of npm. If you get those two versions, that means you installed Node correctly. If you don't get those two versions, that's refer that you didn't install Node correctly. But don't forget to close the current terminal and try this code in a new terminal or a new command line, okay? After installing Node. So don't use the previous command line or terminal that you opened before you downloading the Node, okay? Now let's go and download VS Code. So in Google, just type VS Code. This is the code editor that we're gonna use in this course. So right click on that link and you can download here for Windows, for Linux, or for Mac. Just download it, and after download it, just install it. Now this is our code editor that we're gonna code with. One last step I want to make. If you press here in this extensions, I get a couple of extensions that are helpful for me, and those are gonna be helpful for you. Those extensions are React Native, React Native Snippet, React Native Tools, React ES7 plus React Redux React Native Snippets, and React Native React Redux Snippets. And also, I got this wonderful extension for code spell checker. This is for check the spelling in my code. And also this extension, material icon theme, because it's make our folders and because they make our folders looks better, the icons of folders. And the preacher here to format our code. And for all those extensions names, you have a file in resources, got all the names of those extensions. You can just search for any extension that you want. For example, React JS. For example, let's just type anything, and any extension that you want to install, just open it and press install here. Or you can also press on that button, install. And after installation, just close your VS Code and open it. Those extensions will be very helpful for us. Now it's time to create your first React Native app. So inside your terminal, open the terminal in any folder that you want and just type the following: nbx create expo app at latest, and just add your app name. You can name it whatever you want. For example, let's name it first app. So nbx create expo app at latest first app. And finally, let's use this template option, template, to choose our template. You get here 5 templates: default, the plank with TypeScript, navigation with TypeScript, and plank bearer. Let's choose the plank with TypeScript and press enter. Now we are done. We've created our first app. We can go to the directory of our first app using this command cd.app folder name and press enter. And we can just open it inside code when we just type code dot and press enter. Now this is our first app and we're gonna coding inside it. And I'm gonna explain each line of those codes later. But first, let's try to run this app inside your phone. Now this is our first app, but how to run it inside our real devices? I mean Android and iOS real devices. This is the simplest thing. Just open Google and just search for Expo Docs and press enter. And select this Expo documentation. And scroll down and select set up your environment. Now we got your Android device, iOS device. This is what we're gonna learn in this lesson. And for Android emulator and iOS simulator, we're gonna learn that in next lessons. Okay, running your app in the real device, as I've said, is the simplest thing. You're gonna just scroll down and do this only one step. Scan the QR code after you download the Expo Go from Google Play Store. So in your Android real device, just open your Play Store and press on search tab at the bottom here and just search for Expo Go. This is our app, Expo Go. Just open it and press on install to install it. Now our app got downloaded. Let's just open it, and inside our project here, just open a new terminal and just type npm start and press enter to start our Metro bundler. Now this is our Metro bundler. What you just need to do is here inside your phone, press on scan QR code and give it the permission and scan your laptop screen, this QR code. And when you scan this code, your project should be run on your phone, as you see here. Now you can see your app and you can make some changes. For example, let's change this text and just type hello world. Now look, our app got updated. And let's make the background color black. Now look, the background color become black. That was for Android. I would like to mention a very important thing. The Wi-Fi or the internet resource in your phone, it must be the same as your machine. For example, if you are using Wi-Fi, you should use the same Wi-Fi network for both laptop and your phone. Okay, now that was for Android. What about iOS? iOS is also very simple. So if you scroll up and press on iOS device and scroll down, look, it's the same one step. Scan the QR code downloaded from app. So if you have an iPhone, just go to App Store and download Expo Go and scan this code here. Scan this code. But in Expo Go in iPhone, there is a little change. If you read this line, scan the QR code above with Expo Go Android or the camera app iOS. So if you are using iOS, no QR code inside Expo Go app, but you can use the camera, your camera. Just open your camera and put it at this QR code and open it. And your app should be run on your iPhone. To run iOS virtual device, you need to have a Mac. If you don't have a Mac, don't worry, you can run the app on your real device as you've learned in previous lesson. Or if you are using Windows, you can run your app using Android virtual device. So in this lesson, if you have Mac, let's go and add iOS simulator. So inside our App Store, just search for Xcode. This is the Xcode app for building iOS. Now I have here open button because I downloaded it before, but you're gonna get here the get button. So press on it and download the app, and after download it, just open it. You're gonna see something like this. You just need to go to our Xcode up at the left here and go for settings. Then go for components and make sure you've installed the latest iOS version. The latest here is 18.2, maybe later be versions more bigger than this. So please make sure to install this version. You're gonna get a get button here, press on it to install the version. And also go to locations and make sure you've installed the latest command line tools like this. So after this, easily just press here in Xcode and go to our Open Developer tool and select Simulator and press on it. Now this is our iOS simulator, iPhone 16. Now let's go to our code. Now let's go to our first app Expo and go to our terminal and just type npm start to run our project. And press I to open iOS simulator. So I to run our app inside the simulator. Look, hello world now appear. I want to tell you something else. What if you have multiple simulators? You can just, instead of pressing on the Metro I to run on iOS simulator, you can just press Shift and I like this. And here you can get the list of simulators that you have on your machine. You have, for example, I have iPhone 16, iPhone 16 Pro, and iPhone 16 Pro Max. Let's select the Pro Max and press enter to install our app in iPhone 16 Pro Max. Now that our app is running on iPhone 16 Pro Max. Look, this is iPhone 16 and this is iPhone 16 Pro Max. So if you want to select from multiple devices, I mean iOS devices, just press Shift and I. Now it's time to set up our Android emulator environment with Expo. But before starting this lesson, I would like to mention something. Setting up the environment is a little bit complex and you may face issues and errors. So please don't be frustrated when you face an error. And easily just leave a comment in FQ section and I'm gonna help you. And also, and the good news is setting up the environment, you're gonna make it one time. I mean, it's not repetitive. You just make it one time. So, as I've mentioned, if you face any errors, please just leave a comment in FQ section and you can work with your real device until I get back to you. And now let's get started. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to generate Android emulator if we are using Mac. So in Google, just type Expo Docs and let's press on Expo Documentations. Then go down here and set up your environment. If you look here, you get here Android device, iOS device. Those are the real devices. And as you've learned it before, you can just easily scan this code. Just download Expo Go from Google Play Store and scan this code if you are using Android. And this is for iOS. Just from App Store, download the app and scan this code. But what if you want to use Android emulator? Just select this option, Android emulator, and follow those steps. So just go down. In this lesson, we're gonna create it for Mac. The first step is download and install Android Studio. So let's press here to download our Android Studio from the official website. You're gonna press here, download Android Studio. You're gonna accept the terms. And if you are using Intel chip, press on this option. But if your Mac is newer and use Apple chip like M1, M2, M3, or M4, press here. Now the download started. It's a 1 giga. So let me stop this video and come back to you after the download is finished. Now, after you download and open Android Studio, you're gonna see something like this. Android Studio, just drag and drop it inside application like this. Now our Android Studio has been installed. Just double click on it to open it. No need for this. We got here Android Studio is an app downloaded from internet. Press open. Now you have to check the following items with me. So this is Android Studio. Press on more actions and press on SDK Manager. I want you first to press here on Android 15 Vanilla Screen. Okay, and please check those options. The first is Android SDK platform 35 and Intel x86_64 Atom system image and Google API's ARM 64 v8a system image and Google Play ARM 64 VA system image. Okay, please make sure that you checked those and press here in SDK tools and please make sure you select those things. First, as Android SDK build tools 35 is installed, okay, and if you scroll down here, scroll down, make sure that Android Emulator is installed and Android SDK platform tools also are installed. Please make sure that those things are installed, and if it is not installed, you can just press on them, and when you press on them and press apply, he's gonna download it. You're gonna see something like this downloading, because those are big things in the size, so you can download it and it's gonna take time. Okay, don't worry about that. So make sure those are installed. Now let's press OK and let's go to documentation to see what to do next. So here, come back to Expo Docs. We got here step number 6 is adding the environment variables. So how to add them? We got here two shells, ZSHRC and PashRC. But which of them are you using? To know that, just open your terminal and type this command, echo $shell, and press enter. Now I get here ZSH, so I use this ZSHRC. Now to add those environment variables, you can just copy them, but before copy them, just open this file ZSHRC, and to open it, I prefer to open it with VS Code. So in my terminal, I just copy this, and in my terminal, I just type code, the name of the file, and press enter. Now this is my file opened in VS Code. I would like to mention something. If you didn't install VS Code, this command is gonna not work with you. Okay, so you can open it using other programs, this file. Okay, now we just need to add 3 lines in this file. Those 3 lines are those 3 lines. So let's just copy them like this and go to our VS Code inside ZSHRC file and paste them. Let's paste them here and press save. I would like to mention very important thing. See this line? This is the path of Android SDK location. So if it's not by default, this is not the Android SDK location, you should put here the SDK location. How to get that location? That's very easy. Just inside Android Studio, press on More Actions and press on SDK Manager. And see here, Android SDK location. This is the location of it. So if you see here, if you have a look at this location and this export here, you're gonna notice that the location inside library Android SDK, and it's correct, library Android SDK. This $home refer to the home directory. For example, users Ahmed Sawi, because in your Mac, this name is gonna be different. So this $home refer to users Ahmed Sawi, and the other library Android SDK is the rest of the path here. So please double check with this step. After doing this step number 6, please go to Android Studio and double check this is the correct path. And finally, let's reload the path environment variable. So I use ZSHRC, so I'm gonna use this command. Okay, so inside my terminal, I'm gonna run this command. Now finally, let's create our virtual device. So let's go back to our Android Studio and press on More Actions and press on Virtual Device Manager and press on Create Virtual Device, or you can use this plus here to create virtual device. So let's create a new one. You can choose any one that you want with any size that you want. For me, I want to use this Pixel 7a. So just let's select it and press next. And I'm gonna use this system image with API level 35 and Android 15. You can choose anyone that you want, but please follow along with me to not having trouble on your machine. So let's select vanilla ice cream. Sometimes it's not installed like this. Just press on an icon like this. This is to download it. And when you press on it to download it, you're gonna see something like this. Downloading and unzipping. Okay? So if it's not vanilla ice cream not installed, please just download it and install it. Now I gonna select this and press next. This is the name of virtual device. You can choose any name that you want. It doesn't matter. And press finish. Now this is my emulator. Let's run it. This is my emulator, like here. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Now our emulator is done. Remember our first app? Remember it? Inside VS Code, we've created our first app. Just open it, and inside the terminal, just write npm start to start the Metro bundler, and see the options. A for open Android, I for open iOS simulator. So we're gonna press A to open Android. And hello world now appear, the app that we've built. And you can do any changes. For example, if you go to app.tsx, inside the code, you can add anything that you want. For example, hello world. So let's add ... here and any name. And let's make the background color green and press save and see. Now look, my background color are green and I can do changes. One last thing I would like to mention. In my device, I have Java 17 installed. I searched and I knew that Java is not required for launching the emulator, but I would like to make your machine like my machine. So please install Java like me. So if I just type Java-version, now I get here Java 17 is installed. And to make your machine like my machine, please install this Java 17 using this command. brew install --cask zulu at 17 and press enter to install it. And if you have any troubles, please leave a comment in FQ section. And don't worry, not all lessons like this. This is the setting up the environment is a very tiring thing and exhausting also. So we're not gonna do those repetitive things in the future. That's the initial code that you're gonna see when you create a new Expo project. Let's explain every line of code here, but first let's get rid of this status bar. We're gonna talk about later. It's a component to handle this status bar. Let's delete it for now. Now first we have here three imports, APIs and component. This text component, that's a view component. And we here import StyleSheet from React Native. When you want to use view or text or image, you have to import it from React Native like this. Just type the name of component. And don't worry, we're gonna cover the most important components here in this course. So let's remove this. So this line is for imports. When you want to use something, you have to import it first. We have here, we export here our component to use it anywhere that we want. So we here just type export default function and here the name of component. We named it app because React component is a functional component. So we just create a function and export it. And inside this function, we're gonna return the UI, any UI that you want. We have here return a view. That's a React Native component. We import it here. And this view, it's like a container for other components. We're gonna talk about it later. And we have here a text. That's another React Native component. We use it to render texts. For example, you can just type here whatever you want. For example, hello world, and press save. If you see here, we got here hello world. Our app got updated. Finally, we have here style sheet. We're gonna talk about this style sheet later, don't worry. Inside our style sheet, we have here an object called container. We have here 4 style properties. First, the Felix one, that's the mean. The Felix one prefer to flexibility. So our component, app component, take 1 from entire screen. If we just make it a half like this, now he only takes the half of screen. You're gonna understand me when we change the background color. We have here background color. We can make it red. Look, now when we change the background color, we find that our app only takes the half of screen. We can return it to 1 again to take the entire screen. Okay, and we have here align items. This a property to center the UI horizontally. For example, if we just remove it, now it got here at the start of screen because we removed the align items of center. And we have here also justify content to center the UI vertically. If we just remove it, look, the text at the top. If you think things are difficult, don't worry, we're gonna talk about styles and UI. But first, we have here a problem. Look, the text, no one can see the text because it's at the top. We want to make a save area to this status bar because we don't want our text to be at the top like that. How to do this? That's what we're gonna learn in next lesson with our first component, SafeAreaView. So don't miss next lesson. In previous lesson, we have a problem. This text, we cannot see it after we remove because this notch and the status bar are hiding it. So we want to create a safe zone for our components and UI, not to be behind this notch because we want our users can see them. So now let's learn our first and one of the easiest components in React Native and called SafeAreaView. To use any component, as I have mentioned before, to use any component, you just need to import it. So let's add a comma and add SafeAreaView. This is the component that's responsible to create a safe zone to our UI. So let's replace our view with SafeAreaView and press save. When we press save, see, our text now is visible and it's not behind our status bar and not behind our notch. Now it's in a safe and visible place. If you wonder how do you can change 2 words together, you just type. You just need to hide one of them and press Command and D if you use Mac. This means that's a multi-cursor editing. You can, when you have 2 or more words with the same name, you just highlight one of them and just type Command and D. Once you have now can change in 2 places. If you press Command and D also, now you can change in 3 places. Look, you can type whatever you want. In Mac, Command and D. In Windows, I think Control and D. Okay? So now that was our first and easiest component, SafeAreaView. Let's talk in next lesson about more components. Today we're going to talk about another very important component called text. The text, you can use it to display any text in your app. For example, this hello world text. We can change it to make it title. For example, look, I want to mention very important thing. To use text or any core component, you need to import it from React Native. Like here, if you didn't import it like that and press save, you're gonna get this error. Property text doesn't exist. So you need to import it. Just type here text. Now the error is gone. You can style your text using the style property. Just type here style and open an object and put any style that you want. For example, we have here a style property called text align to make it on the left or in the right. Look, our text in the right You can make it in the center of screen. Now our text in the center of screen. You can increase its font size using font size property. For example, let's give it 50 pixels. Now it becomes bigger. You can add the weight to it using this property, font weight. You can add 100 or 400 or make it bold. Now our text become bold. You can color it with any color that you want using the color property. For example, red, blue, or even any hex color like that, like this color. Our code is not formatted. If you want to format your code, just highlight it and press Command K and F. Using Mac, using Windows, just type Control K and F. Okay? Let's create another text, but let's make it very long. Let's add a new text. And let's add a very long text, like this text. We can style this text also, just using the style property. Just type style and open object. You can here put in styles that you want. For example, we can add font size and make it 20 to make it bigger. You can justify this text if you are using text align justify to make it like that. And you can also use a nested text. For example, if you want to add here a word with color red and underline, you can make it. You can add here, for example, here a text, and inside it just type press here, and you can give him style of color red. Okay, and we can make a text decoration line underline to make it underline like that. That's another property. This is another style property. We can also add a property called onPress to the text to make something when we press on this text. Let's make this property alert text pressed. So when we press here, we got an alert with text pressed. Don't worry about this alert, we're gonna talk about it later. We can also set the limit of this text line. For example, this very tall text, we can add here number of lines to make it just 2. Now those are 2 lines. We can make it 3. Now those are 3 lines, only 3 lines. Our code looks ugly. Why it looks ugly? Because we put this style in this text. We're gonna talk about later about StyleSheet to put our styles here at the bottom and don't get the styles involved inside this text or inside any another React Native component. So we've talked about the most important properties in text, but feel free to visit React Native documentations to know more and more about text and another properties that you can help you when you build your app, because it helps you better understanding of the capabilities of your component. If you have a look at this code, you're gonna notice this. Our code is not clean and not concise. But why? Because we are using here inline style object. And this make our code ugly, looks ugly and not concise. So how to make our code cleaner? We have here an API from React Native called StyleSheet. This StyleSheet is a way to define and apply styles to components, similar to how CSS is used in web development. But in React Native, we are using JavaScript objects to describe styles. I'm gonna show you. First, you make sure this style sheet is imported from React Native. Okay? Second, you're gonna down here and define it. Just type const styles equals to StyleSheet.create. And this create method is taking an object. And you can put inside this object the name and properties of a styling. For example, let me show you. We have here an object with some properties: text align, font size, font weight, and color. We want to move those styles down here. How to do this? First, you just need to cut them, pass here in this object styles dot, and name any thing that you want. For example, title text. This title text, you can change it to whatever you want, but please choose a name that is referred to the style. Okay? If you go down, put the name that you selected at the top. It was title text, and he's gonna be equals to the object, like that. If you go up, we have here also two inline styles still. We can make the same thing. For example, here in this text, we can cut this and give it styles dot any title we want. For example, subtitle text, and go down and add subtitle text. Finally, we have here the last one. We can cut it and give it a name. For example, red text, and go down and initialize it, red text, and press save. If you notice, nothing got changed because putting styles at the down is working the same if you put it inline object. Finally, let's format our code. You can format it using Command and Shift and K if you are using Mac, or Control Shift and K if you are using Windows, or you can make it like this. Right click and press on Format Document. Look, now our code looks much better than before, and thanks to this style sheet API from React Native. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about images. First, let's clean up this code. Let's remove those parts and also those styles. If you want to add an image to your app, you just need to import it from React Native. So let's clean this and type image. Image is a React Native component we're gonna use to render images to the app. Okay, how to use this component? You can just type image, since we're not gonna put anything between them, so you can make it self-closing tag like that. Okay, this image take a main property called source. Inside source, you have to pass require function, require, and inside require, you need to put the path of your image. For example, we have here in our app, we have a folder called assets. Inside this assets, you can find a couple of images like this, or like this icon, or this splash. Let's try to render this icon. To render this icon, you have to put the path to it. We are here in the root folder, and the assets folder inside the root. So you just add one dot splash. Then select assets, then add splash, and add the icon name. For example, it called splash icon.png. So let's type splash icon.png and press save. Now we've rendered this image, but it takes all of the screen. So we need to give it a height and width. So let's close this and add to it styling. So just add the style property, and it's gonna be styles.image1, for example. We are using here the style sheet. So let's add this object here, image1, and add width and height. Let's make the height 200 pixels and the width 200 pixels as well. Now we got here our image with 200 pixels of height and 200 pixels of width. If you are worrying with those paths, we're gonna talk about those paths later, don't worry. But I want to mention a very important thing. When you use this require function, you are loading the image locally and add those images to the bundle, and this will lead to a big bundle size, and that's not good for optimization and performance. So we prefer not to use require in all cases, except if you need to use it. So there is another way to add images to your app. You can add them from a URL. For example, if we open a website called Lorem Biscom, this is an image generator. You just need to copy this link and go to our code and create a new image. Inside it, we're gonna pass the source, but inside URI. We're gonna not using required. We're gonna use URI, and just put the link here and press save. Let's see. Now our image is not appear because we need to give it a height and width, because rendering the image using URI is different from require. Require is get the image with the height and width of the image selected, but when you are using URI, it doesn't get the height and width from internet. So we need to add a style for it. Let's add style and just type styles dot, let's make it image2. Now let's define it down here, image2, and let's give him also height and width of 200 and press save. Now we got here our image. If you have a look at the official documentations of React Native, you're gonna find a lot of useful properties for images. For example, we have here a property called blur radius. This, if you want to make a blur effect to your image. For example, let's copy it and try it. Let's try it in second image. Blur radius, let's make it, for example, 10. Now see what happens to the image. We have also a couple of properties and event that you can use. So you can have a look at these documentations and try a couple of those properties if you want. One last thing I want to mention. What if you want to make your image as a circle? To make it as a circle, you have to add a border radius property and give it the half value of height and width. For example, we have here 200 and 200, so let's make the border radius 100. Now it becomes a circle. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about buttons and touchables. When you want to use a button in Android or in iOS, you just need to import the button component. It's called button. You have to import it from React Native. Now let's add it here. Now let's render it here. Button, because we're not gonna put something between them, so we can make it self-closing tag. This button takes two important properties. The first property is the title of the button. For example, let's make it press on me. The second property, what to do when we press on it. Let's go here and declare a function. Const on button press. This is a function, a simple function is gonna create a simple alert, okay? Alert. Let's type, for example, button pressed. If you notice here, we auto import the alert from React Native. Okay, this is something called auto import. Now inside our button there is a function called on press, and let's pass this function in it. Now let's press save. Now let's see what happens when we press on that button. Let's press. Now we have here an alert called button pressed. This is the button in iOS. Let's see the button in Android. Here is the button shape in Android. Press on me. When we press, that's the alert, button pressed. Now, what if you want to make anything pressable or touchable? For example, this image or a text or anything. Is there a way in React Native to make this image pressable? Of course there is. We have a couple of components. The most important of them are Touchble, opacity, and Pressable. Those are two components. You can import it from React Native. And now let's see how to use them. For example, to make this image pressable without any feedback, we can use this Pressable component. For example, let's edit. Let me show you. Let's add the Pressable and just copy the code of the image and put it inside the Pressable. Now we can do something when we press on this image. Okay? Just to add on press. We have here on press, and on long press. You can also use this on long press when you press too long on the image. But let's now use on press and pass inside this property the on press function here. And let's press save and see. Now when we press on that image, look, the alert appeared. Look. There are another component called touchable opacity. We can just replace this pressable with touchable opacity here and here and press save. It's doing the same thing, but when we press, we'll notice something. See? Image is, there is kind of opacity. Let's hide this function to show you. Look what happens to the image. It fade in and appear again. It got faded and appear again. That's what touchable opacity do. Now you've learned two components, touchable opacity and pressable. You can use any of them to make anything in the screen is touchable and can be touched and do something. In this lesson, we're gonna learn scroll view. We use this component. We want to make our screen scrollable. For example, let's duplicate this image. Let's make it a lot of images and press save. If you see the bottom content, we cannot reach them. We cannot reach the button and the other image because our app is not scrolling. How to make our app scrolling? That's easy. We just need to add the scroll view component. So let's import a new component called scroll view from React Native. And we need to wrap those images inside this scroll view. So let's add it here, scroll view, and put all the code between them like this. Let's copy all of that code. Let's cut it and put it inside this scroll view and press save. If you see here, now our app become scrollable. Look, we can go down and go up. Let's talk about some of the important properties for scroll view. First, what if when we scroll go up and down, you can notice that this line here, this line, we want to get rid of it, this indicator. There is a property called show vertical scroll indicator, and you need to make it false and press save. Now we cannot see it again. It got disappeared. There's another property called horizontal. Let's make it true and see what happens. If we make it true, we make our scroll view is horizontal. We can go right and left, right and left. But if you see here, we got here an indicator. This line, we want to remove it. There's another property called show horizontal scroll indicator. Let's make it false. Now if you see, it got disappeared. What if you want to style our scroll view? There is a property called content container style, and it takes an object and you can add, for example, background color. Let's make it red. Now look, our scroll view become red. Sometimes you need to implement something in iOS and this something doesn't appear in Android. Or maybe the client requires from you some specific things for Android that is not in iOS. How to make different changes between Android and iOS? Let me show you. But first, let's clean up this code. Let's delete all of this. And delete those styles too. And this function. And those unnecessary imports. Now we got a white screen in Android and iPhone. Let's add a text. Let's, for example, type, this is a Android device. And let's press save. We got here an issue. Property text doesn't exist. Why we got this issue? Because we used the text without importing it. So let's add comma and add text. Now let's save. Now the error is gone. And we have here, this is Android device. Oh, the text here is at the top. Let's make it in the center. Justify content, center. This justify content property to center things vertically. We're gonna talk about it later. Don't worry about it. Okay? I just added this line of code to make our text in the center of the screen vertically. Okay? And don't worry about it. We're gonna talk about it later. Now we got here. This is Android device. Let's remove this A. This is Android device. And here in iOS, this is Android device. And that's wrong. We want to type here, this is iOS device. So let's change Android to iOS and press save. Now in iOS, this is iOS device, and that's correct. But if we open Android, we got here, this is iOS device, and this is incorrect. How to make changes between Android and iOS? I want to show something here, and this something is different here. To do this, we're gonna use the platform. Just import platform from React Native. Okay? And now you can just type here inside this iOS, just open an object and type platform.os. If it's equal to, we got here options: Android, iOS, Mac OS, web, Windows. If it equals to Android, just type Android. Else, just type iOS. What is this code? Let me explain to you. I'm just telling him if the platform is Android, if you are using Android device, just render this word Android. Else render this word iOS. This Question mark sign is called in JavaScript ternary operator. Okay, now if we press save and go back to our screen, now we can see this is iOS device and this is Android device, and both are correct. Let's implement another thing else. What if we want to make the color in iOS gray and the color in Android, for example, aqua, the background? Okay, that's easy. Let's go to our background color and do the same thing. If platform.os equals iOS, let's for example make it gray, otherwise make it aqua. Here is the background in iOS is gray and the background in Android is aqua. So platform is an API from React Native. You can import it from React Native to handle the different device type, for example, Android, iOS, Mac OS, Windows, or anything, or even web. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to create loaders in React Native. First, let's clean this code. Let's remove this and remove this too. And let's import our activity indicator component. Activity indicator. This is the component you can import from React Native to create a loader. So now let's use it here and press save. Look, that's the loader in Android and that's the loader in iOS. Let's create another one and give him size of large. There is a small or large. You can use the large one. Look, now we've created right now, one is bigger. Here's in Android and here's in iOS. You can also change their colors using the color property. Color, we can make it darker blue. We can make it blue. Look, we have here, as we see here, a blue loaders. Can make it green. Now you can see green loaders. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about view component. You can think of view component as a wrapper to other component to put them together, or a box to put the components in. Let me show you. To use view component, you need to import it, view, and let's render it here, view, and let's give it style view1. This is the style name of it, view1, and let's put the styles here. Let's press save. Let's give it some height. Let's make it, for example, 200, and width 200 as well, and background color, for example, red, and let's press save. Now you can see our view here. Inside this view, you can put anything that you want. For example, we can put a text. So let's add text here. Let's type, for example, hello. You need to import the text from React Native because you are using it. Now you can see the text, the word hello here. Let's make the font size styles.text just to increase its font size. Text font size of, for example, 30, or let's make it 50. Now you can see the text here. You can put anything else inside this view. For example, let's add a text too. Let's rename it text 2 and press save. Now we got here hello and text 2. And you can make some styling for those texts. So the view is the container of other components. You can think about it as a box, and you put the other components inside it to give you control in styling. For example, we can make those in the center. If we just go to view 1 and add justify content center and press save, now the texts are in the center. Don't worry about this justify content. We're gonna talk about flexbox and justify content and align items later. So don't worry about it if you don't understand. And let's type align items center as well. Justify content here to center the text vertically. Align items here to center the text horizontally. You can make another view. Let's give it a styles. Let's give it a style of view 2. And now let's initialize this style down here. View 2. For example, let's give it background color, aqua, and let's give it height 150 and width 150 as well. Now we got here another view with aqua background color. You can also change those colors to hex colors. For example, let's try this one. Look, we changed the color of it to this hex color. We can also make this black if we are using this. Look, we changed the colors of the views. So the view component, you can think about it as a wrapper to other components, and this component is very useful and you're gonna use it a lot in your project. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about padding and margin. First, let's start with margin. If you want to create a space outside the border or outside the element, you can use the margin. For example, we want to add space here. This, the view 1, we can make margin bottom of 10 pixels and press save. Now we get here a margin bottom to this view. We can increase it to make it, for example, 50. Now we have here a 50 pixels of margin bottom to this view. Okay, we can delete it. We have also margin top. For example, let's add a margin top to this view. This black view, margin top of 50 and press save. Now you can see this black view has a margin top of 50. We add a spaces of 50 pixels. We also have margin left. Let's make it 100. Now we have here a margin left of 100 pixels to this black view. So we have here 50 pixels at the top and 100 pixels in the left. You can also add margin right. We also have margin horizontal and margin vertical. Let's remove those margins and add a new view to understand horizontal, to understand the vertical. Let's add a third view and let's give it style of styles.view3. Okay, and let's initialize it down here. View 3. Let's copy this and put it here, and let's make the color of it red, for example, and let's press save. Now what if we want to add a margin vertical to this black view? Margin vertical allow us to add spaces at the top and at the bottom. Let me show you. Margin vertical, for example, 40 pixels. Now you can see this view has 40 pixels at the top and 40 pixels at the bottom. We can also use margin to all different sides, for example, top and right and bottom and left. Just type margin alone. Now this margin take 40 pixels at the top and left and bottom and right. We can make it 100. Look, now this black box has a margin 100 here and 100 here and 100 here and 100 here. Okay. I want to mention something. If you specify a specific side, it will override this margin. For example, if we just add margin left of 20, it will be only 20. So 100 here, 100 here, 100 here, and 20 here. Even if this at the top here, it will still 20, because this margin left or right or top or bottom override only margin. Okay. Now that was the margin. Now let's learn about padding. When we go back to our code, let's create another view inside this view. For example, let's create a view. Let's give it style of styles.view, or let's make it child view, and let's add the style to it. Child view. The height and width, let's make them only 50 in height and 50 in width. And background color, let's make it red. Now we got here a 50 pixels dimensions view. Now let's describe what does padding do. The margin, as I have said, making spaces outside of the view, but the padding makes spaces inside the view itself. For example, we have here this black view called view 2. Let's add padding top and see what happens. For example, let's make it 30. Look what happens. This view added a space inside of it, not outside of it. So the padding adds spaces inside, the margin adds spaces outside. Let's add another padding. For example, let's add padding left and make it 60. Look what happens. We have here 60 pixels of padding. This black view added a space inside of it, not outside of it. So margin left add the space outside of 20, because this is a margin, so it add the space outside. But here we add padding left, added the spaces inside. So this 60 inside of the view. Let's add a padding in general. Padding, and let's make it, for example, 40 pixels. Now padding in general, add a padding inside the view of 40 pixels here and here and here and here. 40 here, 40 here, 40 here, 40 here. So that was the key difference between margin and padding. Padding add the spaces inside, margin add the spaces outside. Now let's talk about Flexbox. With Flexbox, we can easily build complex layout that work consistently across different screen sizes. Flexbox in React Native is a little bit different in Flexbox in CSS, because if you have familiar with CSS or you have a web background, you have to know that they are shared a lot of things, but there's a little bit different between them. So let me show you. I cleaned up our code and we have here a view. Let's give it a style. Let's give it background color of tomato and give it flex of 1. What you see here, we see here a view with tomato color fill the entire screen because we give it a flex 1. What if we give it flex half? Now it fill the half of the screen only. Okay, now let's return it to white and let's make the flex is 1, and let's add another view. I made it self-closed tag because I'm not gonna put anything inside it. Okay, just I'm gonna give it a style. Let's give it a flex of 1 and background color tomato and press save. What we see here, we see here a view with background color white as a container to another view with background color tomato and take the felix of one. What if we add another views? For example, let's add another views. Let's add one like this and add another one. The first one is tomato. Let's make the second one is blue and the third one is gold, for example, and let's press save. What we see here, we see here 3 views. Each one of them are taking the third of the screen. Why it does take the third? Because this take one felix of one and this felix of one and this felix of one, and since we have 3 here, so every one of them are taking the third of the screen. If we just make this 2, it's gonna take the half of the screen. Let's press save and see. Look, now because this is felix 2, it takes the half of the screen. So it takes 2/4 and this take 1/4 and this 1/4. Now that's the basics of felix. Over the next few lessons, we're gonna learn more and more about felix and learn more properties. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about flexDirection. First, let's remove this felix and give width and height to each view. For example, let's give it width of 100 and height 100. And let's copy them and paste it here and here too. And press save. Now we have here 3 views with 3 colors. Now let's go to the container view. This white view is the container of those 3 views. Okay. Now let's try flexDirection property. flexDirection. You have here column, column reverse, row, row reverse. Column is the default value, as you see here. You can use column reverse and press save. Now if you have a lock, it become at the bottom and it was reversed. For example, tomato at the bottom, then the blue, then the yellow, because they are reversed. We have also row, flexDirection row. If you press save, now we can see the views in the row way, not in the column way. We have also row reverse. As you see, they are still row, but they are reversed from right to left. I want to mention something important. When we make it column, the main axis is the vertical axis. Okay, the main axis is vertical axis. But when we make it row, the main axis is the horizontal axis. I'm gonna show you what does this mean. For example, let's make it column and press save. If we add, and let's try 2 important properties. The first property called justify content. When it's column, the main axis is the vertical axis. So when we make the justify content in the center and press save, see what happens? Our element become in the center in the vertical axis, as you see. And when we make align items center as well, you can see now they are in the center of screen horizontally. So align items. So justify content for vertical and align items for horizontal. Okay. When the main axis is vertical. Okay. I would like to mention we have here many properties. Not only the center, we can make it felix end to be at the bottom. We can make it Felix start to be at the top. We can make it space around to have a space around them and between them. We can make it space between. This is to make spaces between the element, and those spaces are equals. We can make it space evenly. This means to make spaces in the vertical axis and each space is equal to another, because for example this space equals to this space equals to this space equals to this space. Now let's return it to center. But now I want to show you something very important. Now the Felix direction is column, so the main axis is the vertical axis. What if we just make the Felix direction row? Now everything is gonna be different. Why? When the Felix direction is row, the main axis is gonna be the horizontal axis. What does this mean? Justify content is gonna be for horizontal, and align items is gonna be for vertical. Rules are gonna change. For example, if you want to center things vertically, you're gonna use align items like this. If you want to make it at the top here, you can make it Felix start. If you want to make them at the bottom, you can make it Felix end. If you want to make them in the center, just make them in the center. And justify content is gonna be for horizontal. For horizontal. For example, if you want to make it at the left here, just make the justify content Felix start. If you want to make it at the right, make it Felix end. If you want to add spaces horizontally, just make it space between or space around. If you want to make space between them, just space between. If you want to make spaces between them and around them and those spaces are equals, just pick space evenly. If you are notice here, you're gonna notice a value called baseline. What did this value do? I'm gonna show you. For example, let's imagine this tomato view has a height of, for example, 200. If we just make this in the center, it's gonna be like this. But if you want to make them at the same line, you can make it baseline like that. Now those are at the same line, so this is the value of baseline of align items. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about an important property called Felix wrap. First, let's get rid of this line of code. Then let's make this 100 pixels. Let's make them only 90. Okay. Now let's try to add more views. So for example, let's add a one view with the color gray, and let's add another one with the color green. Let's copy this and add another one. Now look, when we added two views, the yellow view got shrunk. It's not the size of it. If you see here, it must be 90 and 90, but it got shrunk because no space to it. So to solve this problem, we need to add Felix wrap property. So go up here in the container view and add this property. It's called Felix wrap. The default value is no wrap. We're gonna use the wrap value and press save. See, if you see here, the gold view now appeared and it's not shrunk because we've wrapped our views. But we have here an issue. Why our views go at the top, not in the center? Because when you implement Felix wrap, align items can't center vertically anymore. So you need to use another property called align content. So this property called align content, when you pass the value of center, now you can center it in the screen. In this lesson, we're going to talk about absolute and relative position. What if I want to change the position or the place of this green view? How to do this? We can go to the green view and add a bottom of 20, for example, and press save. When we press save, you're going to notice that we pushed the green view 20 pixels from the bottom. We can push it also from the left. Just type left 20 pixels. See what happens? We pushed it 20 pixels from the left too. So we have here a bottom 20 and the left 20. We can change this bottom and make it top. Now if you can see, we pushed it 20 pixels at the top and 20 from in the left. Okay, but the other views, the tomato view and the gold view, the places of them didn't change. Why they didn't change? Because by default, the position in React Native, this is a position property, is relative. That's the default value in React Native. Any component, the position of it, any view in React Native, the default value of position of it is relative. But what if I make it absolute? Absolute value. When I save the changes, this view is going to the top here and it's gonna take 20 pixels from the top and 20 pixels from the left. And those two views, tomato and gold, their places are gonna change. Let me show you. When I press save, look what happens. Their places got changed. And the green one go to the top of 20 pixels and the left of 20 pixels. We can add this top and make it 100 pixels. Look, now this is the space is 100 pixels and the left is 20 pixels. And those two, their places got changed because this is the absolute position. If we return it to relative, only the green one changed by 100 pixels to the top and 20 pixels to the left. But the other two views, there didn't change. They are still in their places. That was about absolute and relative positions in React Native. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about dimensions in React Native. I cleaned up all the code and only left a view with background color, tomato, and height and width 300. I wanna show you something. We have here two iOS devices. We get here iPhone 16 and iPhone 16 Pro Max. And I wanna show you something. Let's make the width of this view 400 and press save. Look what happens. In iPhone 16, the view covered entire the width of the screen. But in iPhone 16 Pro Max, there's a space. Why? Because iPhone 16 Pro Max dimensions is bigger than iPhone 16. And this will cause a problem in our application because the sizes will not be the same. How to handle this issue? This is for the width. And we're gonna face this issue in the height also. Look. If I make the height, for example, 850, look, the entire screen here in iPhone 16 is filled with a tomato view. But here we got here spaces. This is an issue and how to solve those issues. First, you can set the height and width, not numbers like this. You can set it using 3 ways. Let me type them here. First, percentage. Second, dimensions. Third, libraries. 4, responsive. And we're gonna cover those 3 things in this course. First, let's talk about percentages. If you make the width here 100% like this, and the height only 15%, we're gonna cover the half of a screen in all devices. Let's press save and see. Look. Now here in iPhone 16, the half of the screen is filled. Also in iPhone 16 Pro Max, and the entire width is 100%, like I have said here, 100%. We can make it 50% of width and 100% of height, and press save and see. If you see here also, look, the two screens are the same. So with this percentage, you make sure that all sizes in all devices are the same. Android, iPhone, iPhone Pro Max, Samsung, etc. or any device. This is for percentage. We have another way to make sure also our component sizes are the same in all devices. This way called dimensions. And these dimensions we can import it from React Native dimensions, and let us see what does this dimension do. Let's console.log dimensions.get. You have here two options, screen and window. The screen is the size of entire screen, of entire device screen. Okay, window is the size of visible window in screen. The window is a little bit smaller than screen size. In iOS, both are the same, screen and window, but in Android, window is a little bit smaller. So let's select screen and press save and see our log. Look here, we have here the height of 956 and the width 440. This is for iPhone 16 Pro Max because it's the bigger than the bottom here. So now let's define two constants for font width and font height. Let me show you. Const font height equals to dimensions dot get screen dot height. Also, let's declare another constant called font width is gonna be dimensions dot get screen dot width. Now we can access the font height and the font width. So now if we want to make this view fill the entire screen, we can give it the width and the height of font width and font height. Font width and font height, and press save. Now if you can see, we got here the entire screen is filled because we give it the width of font width and the height of the entire font height. Let's try to make it half of the screen. So let's make the height divided by 2 and press save to see. Now see, here is the half of the screen and they are the same, exactly the same. This is iPhone 16 Pro Max and iPhone 16. Let's divide also the width by 2 and see. Look, those are exactly the same. So with those dimensions, you can make sure that your app design is matching all the devices. But what if I want to give it here a value, for example, 100 pixels or something? How to make sure those are the same in the same devices? I mean, how make to sure this 100 is responsive in all devices? In this case, we're gonna use the third way, libraries for responsive. You can choose the library that you want to use. In this course, we're gonna cover one of the best libraries called React Native Size Matters, and we're gonna cover this library later in this course. In last lesson, we've covered the percentage and dimensions to make our screens responsive. But sometimes we need to add numeric values, and we cannot do this using percentage or dimensions. So we have another choice, and this choice is installing a library for handling responsibility of screens. Let me show you. But first, let's clean up this code. Let's remove this and remove this also, and remove this. And let's make this height, for example, 600, and the width 300, and press save. Now let's install a package called React Native Size Matters. This is the GitHub page of the library. If we scroll down, we get a lot of information. Now let's install this library using this command: npm install React Native Size Matters. So let's go to our terminal and open a new terminal and just type npm install the name of the package. When we press enter, we're gonna install this library to our app, and after install this library, we can use the functions of this library. Let me show you. Let's press enter. Now the library is installed, but to make sure, we need to rerun our apps again. npm start, and let's press I to run iOS and wait. Now, how to use this library? It's pretty easy. When you want to import something from React Native, you just type import this thing from React Native. To use this library, it's the same. Import from React Native Size Matters. That's the name of the library. We can import a couple of functions that's gonna help us. First function is scale. The second function is vertical scale. This is scale to make screens responsive in the horizontal axis, and vertical scale make our UI responsive in the vertical axis. Okay, let me show you. If you can see the width of this view, this space here is bigger than here, because this is iPhone 16 Pro Max is bigger than iPhone 16, so this space is bigger than this space, and this is caused an issue. Look, so instead of type 300, you just use this function, scale function. Just copy scale and open two parentheses and put the 300 inside it. Okay, and press save. Now, if you see, you're gonna notice that the width of this view is equal to the width of this view, as you see. Now let's go to the height. If you see, you're gonna notice this height is bigger than this height. Why? Because this iPhone 16 and it's smaller than iPhone 16 Pro Max. How to make them equal? We're gonna use the vertical scale function. Just copy it and put the 600 between it. Now let's press save and see. Look, now the spaces are equal. This space equal this space, and this space is equal this space. Despite those devices, screen dimensions are not the same, but the UI here is equal to the UI here, and it's gonna be the same UI in all devices, even Android or another iPhones or any device. If you think those two functions are bigger to write, this package allows us to use shortcut for them. For example, scale, you can import S and VS. This S is a shortcut for scale, and this VS is a shortcut for vertical scale. If you just replace this VS with vertical scale here, and replace this S with scale here, and press save, nothing is gonna happen, because this S is working as scale, and this VS is working as vertical scale. No differences. Now, if you open your app and go to package.json, you're gonna notice that this package is installed. Any installed package here inside these dependencies you can use. For example, you can use React to import the hooks. We're gonna talk about hooks later. You can use React Native to import React Native component, and here you can use React Native Size Matters to import those functions that's responsible for handling responsibility of UI, to make our UI match all screen dimensions in all devices and appear as the same. In this lesson, we're gonna learn useState hook. useState hook is a hook from React. As I've said before, this is a React Native course. It's not a React JS course. So you need to learn React JS before you learn React Native. But you can start this course without learning React, because any line of code that I've write about React, I'm gonna explain it. And since we're gonna use useState, so I have to explain it here in this course. So now first let's clean up this code. We don't need this line too, and import from React. We're gonna import a hook called useState. useState is a hook from React, and I'm gonna show you how to use it. Let's press save. First, let's add a text here, and let's add Init 20. Okay, we need to import the text here from React Native and press save. Let's add justify content to center to see the number here. This is the number 20. Let's increase the font size. Font size equals to, font size is gonna be 40, for example, or let's make it 100. Now that's the number. Okay, what if you want to increase or decrease this number? How to use this? For example, I want to create a button here to increase the number and another button to decrease the number. So let's add two buttons. Button with title increase, and another button and name it decrease. Let's put the increase before the text, like this. I want, when I press on increase, this number got increased, and when I press decrease, this number got decreased. How to make this? Our hook today is gonna help us to do this. First, you're gonna type useState, and inside it put your initial values. For example, this 20. So let's copy. So let's cut this 20 and put it here. useState hook is return an array. Okay, but we can destruct it. But we can destruct it to get those array element, and those are state and set state. This state refers to this 20. So the state is equal to 20, this initial value. Okay, until it get updated using set state. Let me show you. If I just copy this state here and put it right here and press save, look, nothing got changed. If I make this 10 and press save, now the number become 10. Why? Because this state until now refer to this initial state, refer to the 10. And when you want to change this state, you're gonna use this set state. For example, let's create a function to increase this value, to increase this state of 10. Okay, so let's create a function, const increase value equals to a JavaScript function, and we're gonna return set state. Set state is gonna take prev state and return prev state plus 1. Okay, and let's press save. Now when we call this function, our state is gonna be increased by 1. So let's go to this button and add this property onPress and pass in onPress increase value and press save. Now let's try our function increase value. Look, when we press increase, our number got increased. What happens here? Our state is now 16, not 10, it's 16 because we updated it using setState function. Okay, from this code, can you create a function that will decrease the number by 1? If you can make it, pause the video and do it. Now let's try a function to decrease the state. Let's type const decrease value equals to a JavaScript function and we're gonna set state equals to prev state return prev state -1. It's the same function as the top here, but we're gonna just decrease by 1, not increase. Then let's add the onPress property to this button. This onPress property, we use it to do something when we press on this button. Okay, so just we're gonna fire this function decrease value. So now when we press on this button, we got decreased by 1, and when we press increase, we're gonna fire this function that's responsible to add the number by 1. So that was useState hook. It's a React hook, but it's very useful, and there is no React app without this hook, because it's very useful to update the local state of the component. And this is a very important hook. And this hook is not for only numbers. You can pass here strings. You can pass here, for example, Boolean. You can put any state that you want and update this state using set state. Okay, if you think this hook is a little bit difficult, don't worry. In next lesson we're gonna talk about React Native Modal, and we're gonna use this hook a lot in this course. So if you don't understand it until now, don't worry, we're gonna talk about it more and more and more, because it's a useful hook and we're gonna use it a lot in this course. The modal component is a basic way to present content above an enclosing view. Let me show you. What if you want to display something above this screen? How to do this? First, you need to import the modal component from React Native. Then you need to render it here. Modal. Okay. And let's press save. Now we are inside the modal. Let's add, for example, a text. Let's let's type let's just type modal is opened. Oops, we got here an error. Property text doesn't exist because we use the text without importing it from React Native. So let's import it. Now, if you see here is the text at the top here. We can make it, we can give it style to make it more visible. Font size, for example, 90. Oops, this is very big. Let's make it 50. And let's give it margin top of 50, for example. Now you get the text here, modal is opened, because the default value of modal is visible. If you want to make it not visible, just you need to add this property, visible, and make it false, like this, and press save. Now the modal is not visible. If we just return it true, now modal is open. You can add animation type, for example, slide. Now if you switch the modal, see what happens? It got slide from top to the down. Let's make it true and see. Look what happens. It got from down to the top. You can make it a slide or fade, but I prefer slide. Okay, that's the animation type. Now we want to open the modal and close the modal from buttons. How to do this? To do this, we're gonna use the useState hook that we've talked about before. So let's import it from React. useState from React, and let's create useState, and the initial value is gonna be false, because we want the initial value of the modal is gonna be false. And this useState hook is return an array. This array has two elements. First, the state, and the second, the set state. We can rename the state of modal visible. And the set state is gonna be set modal visible, like this. So now we can update the state using this set modal visible, and we can use the state using this modal visible. So instead of passing true, we're gonna pass modal visible here and press save. So the modal is closed. If we just make this true, it's gonna be open, okay? And false is gonna be closed. So now let's create a function. When I press on this button, we're gonna open this modal. For example, this button, let's add onPress property. When I press on this button, we're gonna create a function called, and inside this function, we're gonna set this modal visible to be true. So now when we press on this button, show modal, not model, sorry for this mistake. When I press on show model button here, we're gonna set the modal visible to be true. Let me show you. Look, now it's visible. Now let's add another button here to make this modal closed. So let's inside this modal, we can copy this line of code and change it like this. We can only change this show to close modal, and instead of set modal visible true, we're gonna make it false to close it. Now when we press on close modal, now modal is gone. Now we can show it and close it, show it and close it. Thanks for this hook, useState hook. Now here inside this modal, you can render anything that you want over the screen, above another screen. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about icons. Look at this modal. It's better than this button, close modal. We use an icon, X icon or close icon. It's gonna be better. So let's open this website called Expo Vector Icons. And let's search for icon, for example, close. And let's try to pick any one of them. Let's try to pick this one. Just press on it and copy those two lines of code. Copy and paste it here. Then let's copy this line too to render it. And go in our modal and paste it here. Now if we press save, we can find the icon here. Look. And its color is black. You can change the size of it. For example, you can make it 50 to make it bigger. And you can also change the color, for example, to make it red. Okay? And you can add the onPress property to make something when you press on it. So we can copy this function that's responsible for closing the modal and paste it here. And let's press save. Now when we press in this close icon, we can close the modal. You can also use a lot of icons. For example, you can search for car. You can search for shop. You got here shop and shopping cart, shopping bag. We can copy this. We can open this, just copy this line and paste it at the top here, and go here and copy this too and paste it, for example, here under this line and press save. Now see, we got here an icon of the shop. We can change the color of it. Let's make it tomato and let's make the size 100 or even 300. Look. So you can use Expo vector icons to render a lot of icons. Rendering the icons from Expo is better than using images PNG. As I've mentioned before, images, any image that you are using the require function to load it locally from local project, is gonna affect the project because it's gonna increase the bundle size, and this is not good for performance. So it's better to use Expo vector icons for icons or use SVG icons, and we're gonna talk about SVG later. But it's not good to use PNG as icons. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about image background component. What if you want to render an image as a container instead of this gold view? For example, I want the background of the app is an image, not this gold view. How to do that? React Native provides us a very good component called image background. This component. And we can replace this view with image background. But we need to add to this image a very important property called source. In this source, we're gonna put the source of the image. I got this image here, and I want to render it as the background of the app. So let's go to Assets and open them and include this image inside our assets. Just drag and drop. Now our image in our app assets. So let's render it. Let's go to app.tsx. And the source is gonna be, we're gonna use the require function because we're gonna load it locally from our app. How to reach to this path? Since we are in the same folder, or we're gonna open a folder in the same route, for example, there is app.tsx and this is assets. So both are in the same route. So we're gonna just add one dot. Okay? Inside it, we're gonna use the assets folder. This assets folder. Inside assets folder, we're gonna type this name, background.png. So let's copy its name and add slash and paste it here and press save. Now our image is filling our app background. We can put any UI we want inside this image background. For example, let's include a white view. For example, view, style, background color. Let's make it white. Let's give it height 200 and width 200 as well. Let's press save. Now this is the view here. We want to make it here in the center, so we can add those styles to image background because now image background is our container. So let's add justify content in the center and align items center to make this white view in the center here. Let's add some border radius to our white view. Border radius, let's make it, for example, 15. This is to make a little radius here inside our view. You can also render anything inside this white view. For example, let's add a text with hello world and press save. Oops, we got here an error. Property text doesn't exist because we are using the text without importing it from React Native. So let's import it and press save. Now we got here a hello world. You can also use the image background source from URI, exactly like the image. If you just open a new object and type URI and put any link that you want from internet. Let me try any link. Let me copy this image link and put it here and see and press save. Look, we got here an image background. Let's try this one also. Let's copy that and paste the link here. Look, this is another image background you can use in your app. So image background is a very helpful and useful component you can use to add a background to your app. You can use the URI and put any link from the internet, or you can use the require function. That was all about image background. See you in next lesson. In this lesson, we're gonna talk about one of the most important components in React Native, and it's called TextInput. TextInput is a core component for inputting text. Let me show you. Let's first import it from React Native, TextInput, and let's render it here. Text input. First, let's give it some styling to make it appear. Let's give it height 40 pixels, width 800% of the screen, border radius 4, border width 1, border color, for example, gray, and let's press save. Now we got here our text input. If we click on it, the keyboard should be opened. If keyboard not opened, you can try Command and K to switch the keyboard. Command and K if you are using Mac. If you are using Windows, Control and K. Okay. So now when you press on this text input, you should see this keyboard. Now let's talk about a couple of important properties. The first property called placeholder. Placeholder is the text displayed when the input is empty. For example, let's type here, enter your name and press save. Now if you see, we got enter your name text. When you type something, the text disappear, but when you clear the input, the placeholder appear. Enter your name. The second property is keyboard type. Keyboard type. For example, you can make it URL. If we press save, nothing changed. I think we need to reload the app. To reload the app in Simulator, you just need to press Command and R. If you are using Windows, just press Control and R. So now let's reload it and press here again. Now if you see, the keyboard changed. A dot and slash and .com appeared because the keyboard type is a URL. Let's change it, for example, to make it numeric and press save. I don't know why keyboard didn't change until we reload. I don't know why. So let's please reload the app and try again. Now you can see our keyboard now is numeric. We can make it numeric and punctuation. For example, we want to add the asterisk and sharp here. So let's make it numeric and punctuation and press save. We need to reload our app again. Sorry for this. Just press Command and R. And now if we try, look, our keyboard changed. It become numbers and punctuation. Let's return this keyboard type to default. And we need to reload again. You can also reload from the terminal. If you just open the terminal and press R here, you can reload the app also. Now our keyboard returned as default. Now let's try another property. There is a property called secure text entry. You can use this property if you want to enter a password or something. Let's make it true. Now when you type something, look, what you type isn't appear to other. It appear as password because you set secure entry to true. Now let's comment this. We have also another property called multi-line. Multi-line, if you make this property true, now you can type a multi-line. You can make your input is a multi-line input like this. We have another property also called editable. If we make it editable, if this editable prop is true, you can edit this text input. But if it's false, you cannot edit this input. Look, when I press here, I cannot edit. I can just copy the text, but I cannot edit it. But I can't edit it. So let's return it to true again. Now we can edit the text. I want to mention something. If your prop is equal to true, you can remove this true. This equal and true. Just remove them and it will work as you can pass the true value here. Okay? So no need to add equals true. Just keep it like this. Okay? But if it's false, you need to type false. Okay? But if it's true, just make it like that. Finally, how to control this input. For example, I want to get the text that I write here in this input and use this text to allow the app to take the input from user. To do this, you have to assign two main properties. The first one is the value, and the second one is onChange text. This value refers to the current text value in the input, and this onChange text is a callback triggered when the text changed. Let me show you. But first, to control them, let's create a useState hook to control our text. So let's define a useState hook. Let's make it empty because we want to make our input is empty. Don't forget to import our useState from React hook. And now useState, and as you've learned before, useState is returning an array of two elements. The element 1 is the state, and element 2 is set state. The state here is the text input. The set state here is the set state text. So let's make it set text, and let's store them in constant. Okay, so now let's copy this text. Let's copy this text and put it here inside the value, and let's copy this set text to put it inside onChange text and press save. Now this text variable can tell you what user just type in this input. For example, let's log it. User type and text. Add the text here. Let's log this. This line of code refers that we want to only log this text variable. Okay, now let's press save and go to the terminal. Let's clean the terminal and let's type anything we want. For example, my name. Look what happened. We can log my name in the console because this name or this text now is stored inside this text variable. So you can use this text variable in any operation that you want. For example, to send it to the server, or to send it as HTTP request to the backend or anything. Or we can also render it here. Let me try to render it here. Let's add here a text. And let's just type my name is and add the text here. And we got here a red line because we need to import the text from React Native. Like this. And let's press save. Now look, if we see here, my name is my name. So let's try to delete this and just type my name is Ahmed. Look, now my name is Ahmed. So that was our text input. If you think it's a little bit hard, don't worry. You can try to watch the video again. And if you still not understand how to control text or how to handle text, don't worry. We're gonna use this text input more and more in this course. So don't worry about that. But it would be great if you understand this lesson well. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to create a React component. Look at this screen here. This is a simple screen. We've rendered all the UI and components in app.tsx. And this is not a good practice. And it's better to separate each component in each file. Let me show you. Let's go to our folders and create a new folder called src. Inside src, we're going to create a new folder called components. And inside this components, we're going to separate this UI from app to many components. For example, this image is going to be component, and this text and this subtitle. Okay, let me show you. First, let's go and create a component for the image. For example, let's name it app logo image.tsx. React component can be class component or functional component. And the modern way in creating components is the functional component. So let's create a functional component. Functional component It's like the JavaScript function. Let's define a function, const. Let's name it app logo image equals to. It's a function. And we're gonna return a UI. For example, let's return a view. To use view, you need to import it from React Native. So let's import view from React Native. Now we've created our component, but we cannot use it in another screens. Why? Because we didn't export this component. So we need to export it using the export default and the component name. This name, you can pick any name that you want, but make sure that you are using a name refers to the component, okay? Because you're gonna get in your project later a lot of components, so you have to give each component a unique name. When you read the name of the component, you know this component, okay? Now finally, we're gonna create the style sheet. This is for styling, StyleSheet dot create, and we need to import it from React Native as well, StyleSheet. Now what we've done here, we first import the view and StyleSheet because we're gonna use them. Then we've created a JavaScript function that is returning a UI. Finally, we've exported this function, this functional component, so we can use this component in app.tsx or in any file of our project. We can use it anywhere. Finally, we've defined the styles for this component. So now let's go and copy the image. We're here in app.tsx. Let's cut this image. Let's cut it and press save. And go here and paste it here. Let's replace it with this view. Like this. We're gonna return an image. This red line because we didn't import the image. We need to import the image from React Native. Image. Now the errors are gone. And instead of passing those styles, the width and height as inline style, it's better to put the styles here in StyleSheet. Okay, so let's cut them and define styles dot, for example, image. And go down here and type image and paste our styles. And finally, let's format our document. So let's right click and press on format document to make the code looks better. Now let's press save. Let me show you something. What if this line of code does not exist? For example, let's comment it. When we comment a code, we cannot use it. Okay, so now let's go to app.tsx and try to import app logo image. We cannot import it, and we can't also get the image. Look, we have a red line here because it's not defined and we cannot import it. But if we go there and uncomment this line of code, now you can import it. How to import it? You can use auto import like this. In Mac, using like this, auto import, or you can get its path. How to get its path? That's pretty easy. You can open the folders and you have to locate the component path. You can easily copy it, copy relative path, and paste it here. So he is in src components app-logo.tsx. I'm gonna teach you how to make it without the help of VS Code. It's pretty easy. You are here in the root folder, okay, and you want to get the src. The src in the same root with app.tsx. So you just need to type import the component name from, because app.tsx in the root with src, so you need to add this one dot, only one dot. Then pick the src folder. Then pick the components folder. Then type the component name app logo image. Now let's press save. Look, the logo appears here. Now you've learned how to create a React component and use it anywhere. Let's try to create another component for this text. Let's name it. Let's create a new component. Name it welcome text.tsx. And let's do the same thing. Let's create a function called welcome text. And let's gonna return. What are we gonna return? We're gonna copy that code, those texts here, and let's create a view. And those red line, because we didn't import the view and text, so let's import them. Import view and text from React Native. Let's format our document to look better. Finally, let's export this text. Export default custom text, welcome text. And let's press save. Then let's go there and down here in app image, app logo image, let's add the welcome text. We can make the auto import for it from src component welcome text. Then let's press save. A little change happened because we put our text inside a view. If we just remove the view, look, it became as before. But you have to know something. You cannot, in React, you can't return two elements. For example, if I remove this fragment, we got error because you return two elements. In React, you need to return a one element or wrap those two elements in something called React fragment. React fragment, like this. And you have to wrap them inside React fragment. Like that. React fragment here and down here. You have to type React fragment and you need to import React from React. Or there is another way, and this is a better and easier. Just delete React fragment here and delete React fragment here and press save. Look, nothing happens. So in React, when you want to return two elements, you just wrap them between React fragment. Okay, this is a basic React. Now if you see, our code looks cleaner. You can do the same thing for this text, create another component to this text. So you need to know, in our app we use multiple components and separate each or any piece of UI into a component. Hi guys, sorry to interrupt. I just will take 2 minutes of your time. I just would like to let you know that this tutorial is the first 5 hours of my full React Native course on Udemy. The complete course contains more videos to learn all the skills you need to land your first job or build your own app and start your business. And also source code, exercises, important articles, certification of complete, FQ section to answer your questions, free JavaScript course, and my course is up to date. Also, it contains React Native CLI. So if you're interested, enroll now, the link in description. And I promise by end of this course you'll master React Native. Now let's learn how to navigate between multiple screens. First, let's go to src folder and create a new folder with screens. And let's create a couple of screens. For example, let's create gold screen.tsx. And as you've learned before how to create React component, let's create a component right now using this snippet, rnfes, to create a full functional component. Okay, and let's style it. Style equals to styles dot container, and inside this container, let's give it Felix 1 and background color gold. Now let's press save and justify content center and align items center as well. Now let's go and render this screen. So in app.tsx, let's remove all of this and add this gold screen component. And remember, you need to import it from src screens gold screen. Now let's press save. Now that was our first screen, the gold one. Let's create another one. But first, let's give this text a style. For example, styles.text. Font size, let's make it 30. And let's separate gold screen like this. Okay. Finally, let's format our code. Right click and press on format document. Okay, now let's copy all of that code and build another screen. Let's make it tomato screen.tsx. And let's press save and only change this gold to tomato. And the color also is gonna be tomato. Okay, now let's take a copy and create a third screen. Let's rename it purple screen.tsx. And let's paste our code here. It's the same code as gold screen and tomato screen, but we're gonna only change this tomato to purple and also the color purple and press save. Now we got 3 screens here: purple screen, tomato screen, and gold screen. For example, we can render the purple. Now we are in purple screen, and we can also render the tomato screen. Now our screen worked perfectly, but how to navigate between a screen to another? Here in official documentations of React Navigation, and this is a library that will help us to navigate between screens, we need to install those important dependencies. First, let's install React Navigation Native. So let's copy this code and go to our project and open a new terminal and paste it here and press enter to install this React Navigation Native library. Then let's go and install this. We are here using Expo, not React Native CLI. So you need to install those commands, not those commands. So be aware of this. So let's copy those and go and install them. Now, if you go to package.json file here, you're gonna notice that we have here a couple of new libraries. First, React Navigation Native and React Native Screens and React Native SafeArea Context. Make sure you are using the same version, version 7 and version 4 and 4 to follow along with me. Okay. Now let's go and install another library called Stack, because as I've mentioned before, we have Drawer Navigator, Stack Navigator, and Tab Navigator. We're gonna use the Stack Navigator. So let's search here for Stack Navigator. And let's press enter. Now that's the Stack Navigator. This will help us to navigate between screens. Okay. First, installation. We need to install this library, React Navigation Stack. So let's copy this code and go here, and in terminal, let's paste it and press enter to install this library. Then we need also to install React Native Gesture Handler. You have to pay attention one more time. Please use this code with Expo, not this. Okay, so copy the first one because we are using Expo CLI, not React Native CLI. So let's go to our terminal and paste it and press enter to install this library also. Then we just need to close our metro and start our metro again. npm start. Then press I to open our iPhone simulator. Now we are done with installing the libraries. Now let's go and create our navigator. So here inside our src folder, let's create another folder called navigation. Inside this folder, we're gonna create a file. Let's name it stack or main stack navigator.tsx. Now, how to create our stack? First, we need to make this import. Import create stack navigator from React navigation stack. Okay. Then we're gonna create our stack. So we're gonna type const stack equals to create stack navigator. Okay. Then we're gonna create a function that is gonna return our screens inside a navigator. Okay. So let's create a function. Function main stack navigator, main stack navigator, and we're gonna return stack dot navigator as a wrapper, and inside it we're gonna add stack dot screen. In stack dot screen we need to assign very important two property. The first property called name, and this is the name of the screen. For example, let's make it tomato screen. And the another property called component, and this is the real component name of the screen. For example, this name, tomato screen. So let's copy it and paste it here. We can change this name, but because this is a default export, so we can change this name, but if you want to change it, you make to change it here also. Okay, this name and this name must be the same. Okay, now let's return the changes and press save. Now we need to add the other two screens. For example, let's duplicate this 2 more times and add the gold screen and purple screen. And don't forget to rename each one with its name. Okay, so let's rename this with gold screen and this with purple screen and press save. Finally, let's export this main stack navigator. So let's export default main stack navigator. When we export it from this file, we can use it in any file that we want, and we want to use it in app.tsx. Okay, so let's go .app.tsx, and instead of tomato screen, let's type main stack navigator and press save. And we don't need those code, so let's delete them. One last step. This stack navigator must be between navigation container, something called navigation container, and we import this navigation container from React Native navigation. Okay, let's import it and put our stack navigator inside of it. And now let's press save. Now we have done with our stack. Okay, you can navigate between other screens. For example, from tomato to gold or from gold to purple. Let me show you. For example, let's go to tomato screen and add a button. With this button, we're gonna type a title. For example, let's make it go to gold screen. And when we press on this button, we're gonna make something. We're gonna make navigation, but we have here an error, can't find navigation. We need to initialize the navigation first. So let's declare it, const navigation equals to use navigation. And this is a hook from React Navigation Native. Okay, so now let's go down here, and when we press on this button, we're gonna create a function that is make navigation dot navigate. And here's a trick: you need to add the same name from navigator. Here we are here in main stack navigator. Look at this name. You have to put this name exactly. For example, purple screen or gold screen. So let's pick this gold screen, this name, and paste it here and press save. Nothing happened. I think we need to reload our app. Let's reload it. Now our button appear and the title appear here too. Now if we press on go to gold screen, look, we are in gold screen and we can go back from here. Look, now we can navigate between screen to another. What if we want to go to purple screen from gold screen? That's pretty easy. First, let's import use navigation hook and declare navigation and create a button with title go to purple screen, and when we press on it, just navigation.navigate, and you have to type the exact name from main stack navigator. I mean this name, purple screen, and press save. Now if you press on this go to purple screen, he's gonna go to purple screen and we can go back. You have to type the exact name. For example, it cannot be like this. If it's wrong, look what happens. Look, the action navigator with payload name purple screen 4 wasn't handled by any navigator. So you have to make sure that the name here is exactly the name here to make the navigation happen. Okay, we're gonna talk more and more about this navigation, so don't worry if you think those things are difficult. Don't worry, we're gonna talk about it more and more, and we're gonna implement a big navigation for our project later. Sometimes you need to pass data between two screens when you navigate between them. How to do this? We got a hook called useRoute. Let's go, for example, for gold screen. Let's imagine that we want to navigate from tomato screen to gold screen. So let's go to our gold screen and import our hook is called useRoute. We can import it from React Navigation Native, okay? And let's see how useRoute can help us. The useRoute hook is used to access the route information of a particular screen and also to pass data between them. So if we see inside this object, we're gonna notice we have here name and params. Name here is the name of the screen. So let me log this name, and also let's log our params. Let's press save and see. But first we want to go to gold screen. So when we go to gold screen, look, we got here two logs. The first log is the name. The name is gold screen. So if you want to do specific thing depend on the route name or the screen name, you can use the name that you can access from useRoute object that return our object with name and params. And the params here is undefined because we didn't pass any data when we navigate. So let's pass a data. So let's go to tomato screen and add two texts. The first text is name Ahmed, and let's add another one with name Sawi. When we press on this text, on press, let's go to gold screen and let's copy this on press 2 to another text down here. So now we got two texts here, name Ahmed and Sawi. Okay, I pass this name, Ahmed name, and when I press on Sawi, I pass the Sawi name as param. How to do this? That's easy. Inside this navigation.navigate, you can just add a comma here and add another object. Inside this object, you can add any data that you want. For example, name is Ahmed and press save. And let's add it here. Now, name is Sawi. Now let's press save and see what we get in the log in gold screen. When we press on Ahmed, look, we are in gold screen and the name is Ahmed. When we go back and press on Sawi, look, we are in gold screen and the name is Sawi. So we can here add a text in our gold screen and type in it hello and add the name. We can access the name using the params. So this param object dot name. And let's press save. Now let's see what happened. We got here hello Sawi. When we go back and press on name Ahmed, we get hello Ahmed. Let's try one more time. Hello Sawi, and the name here is Sawi. So with useRoute hook, you can get those two features. Feature 1, accessing the route parameters. You can retrieve any parameters passed when navigating to the current screen. Okay? And another feature is retrieving the screen specific name of the current route. So this useRoute hook is very helpful. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to create bottom tabs. Let's go to our React navigation documentations. Let's go down to navigators and let's press on bottom tabs. Let's press on it. Now, let's follow these instructions. First, for installation, we need to run this command. So let's copy it and go to our project and add a new terminal and paste it here. So to install this library. Then we're gonna use this code snippet. So let's copy it and let's go to our app and go to our navigation folder inside src inside navigation. Let's create a folder called Button Tabs.tsx. And now let's paste this code snippet and let's do some changes. This code snippet assumes that we have two screens, home screen and profile screen, but we got here gold screen, purple screen, and tomato screen. So let's learn with those screens. First, let's import tomato screen. Then let's render the purple screen and let's add the third one, gold screen. And let's change the names here too. This is gonna be tomato, this is gonna be purple, this is gonna be gold screen. Like this. Now let's export this my tab. So let's add export default. We export it to use it in any file that we want because we're gonna need to use it in the entry point of the app in app.tsx. This is the entry point, so we need to export it to use it here in app.tsx. So instead of main stack navigator, let's type my tabs and let's press save. Oops, we forgot to save here too. So let's save here too. Now what you see here, we see here three bottom tabs, tomato and purple and gold screen. Oops, we got here an error, cannot read property name of undefined. I know why this error happened. If we go to our gold screen, we're gonna notice something. This param from the last lesson, we've passed this param from previous screen. This was the params.name. There is no params passed when I press on the tab. So we got here an error. So how to handle this? Just add a question mark before dot here. This is to handle, this is something like null safety, because this question mark called optional chaining, and this is to safely access the name property of params, even if params is null or undefined. Okay, now let's press save. Now if we go to gold screen again, there is no error happens. So those were our 3 tabs, but those looks ugly. We need to add icons for them and change the text of them and also change the colors. So let's go and learn some styling. So let's go to our bottom tabs. So first, let's add titles for those tabs. So let's go to our tomato screen and add the options property and add the title property. Let's make it tomato and press save. Now it become tomato. And let's go to another screen and do the same thing. Title is gonna be purple. And let's press save. And now let's go to the third one and add the options object, and title is gonna be gold. Now we changed the titles. Now let's change some colors. For example, the active color when we press on the tab is blue. We want to change it. And inactive color is gray. We want also to change it. So inside tab navigator here, we're gonna add screen options property, and it adds some specifications. First, let's add the tab bar active tint color, and let's make it, for example, green. Now look, when we press on a tab, the color of it is gonna be green, the icon and the title also. Look, you can change it to whatever you want. For example, you can also make it red. Look, now it became red. You can make it darker blue. Now it became darker blue. Okay, now we can also use inactive tint color. Inactive tab bar inactive tint color, and let's make it this hex color. You can put any color that you want. Now that's the inactive color, and inactive bottom tab title color also. You can here also add some styling using tab bar style and put any styles that you want. For example, background color, you can make it gray. Look, our background color become gray. You can make it aqua. Look, our background color become aqua. You can put any color that you want. Okay, let's return it white. You can also change the style of those titles using this property, tab bar label style, and make the font size. For example, let's make it 20. Look, our bottom tab font size become very big. Let's make it 15. You can also change the font weight. For example, font weight 600. Or you can make it bold. Look, it became bold. Finally, let's add some icons here. We can use Expo vector icons. So let's import them. Import from Expo vector icons. Let's pick, for example, ion icons, and let's add some icons. How to add those icons? Let's use this property called tab bar icon, and this is a function. Is taking a parameter. This parameter allow us to destruct a very important properties from bottom navigation. For example, color and focus and size, and he's gonna return our icon. This ion icons component, and let's pass the color of the color we pick here, and size is the size from here also, and the name, you can put any name that you want. For example, but let me show you something. If I type home, you're gonna notice something. All the icons are home. I want to specific to each tab a specific icon. How to do this? There is two ways. One way is a little bit complicated and I don't want to make you complicated. So I will tell you the easy way. Okay, the easy way is to do it right here. So let's remove this code here and go to each tab and add this property inside options. Just add tab par icon, and this is a return any icon that you want. For example, let's go to Expo icons, Expo vector icons, and let's go and pick any icon that you want. For example, home. So we got this icon. Let's press on it to select it. As we've learned before, to use an icon, we need two steps. The first step is importing the icon, and let's go and import it up here. The second step is rendering the icon. So let's copy this code also and render this icon here in tab par icon, and let's press save and see what happens. Now we get here our home icon. Let's do the same thing for purple tab. So let's add this property inside options object, and add tab par icon. And what icon we're gonna use? Let's go to our Expo icon and use any icon. For example, profile. Let's pick this icon. To pick it, we need two steps. First, importing it up here, but we've imported and designed before, so no need to import it again. So let's delete this code and let's copy only the second code, and let's go here and put it here inside this function, and let's press save. Look, we got here the icon too. Let's do it for the third time. Tab par icon is equal to function that's gonna return our icon. Let's pick any icon. For example, let's pick settings, and let's pick this icon. First, let's import it up here. Then let's use it. Let's render it here. And now let's press save to see. Now we got here the settings, but we got here an issue. The color is black. So how to make the color is the active color, like this title down here? That's pretty easy. Instead of putting this color as black, you can add it as a color. How can we get this color? We can get it inside this tab par icon function. So just destruct this argument here and add this color here. This color here is destruct from the object parameter. You can also use the size and focused, but we need only the color. So now if we press save, look, the tomato color, the home icon color now is like the title color. Look. Now let's do the same thing to profile icon and settings icon. So let's destruct this parameter and add color, and instead of black, let's make it color. And here also in settings, let's destruct the color and pass it here. Now let's press save. Now look, the icon colors became like the title's colors. This destruct here is a basic JavaScript called destruction, object destruction. Okay. Now that was our bottom tabs. This is not a real project, it's a silly project, but you have to know this lesson well because we're gonna use our bottom tabs in our later projects. Hi guys, sorry to interrupt. I just will take 2 minutes of your time. I just would like to let you know that this tutorial is the first 5 hours of my full React Native course on Udemy. The complete course contains more videos to learn all the skills you need to land your first job or build your own app and start your business. And also source code, exercises, important articles, certification of complete, FQ section to answer your questions, free JavaScript course, and my course is up to date. Also, it contains React Native CLI. So if you're interested, enroll now, the link in description. And I promise by end of this course you'll master React Native. Now let's create our new project, our bookstore project. So at any folder that you want, you can open new terminal and just type nbx create expo app at latest, and let's add the template option -- template to choose any template that we want. So now let's press enter. Now we want to use the blank template with TypeScript. Okay, now let's press enter. Let's pick a name, book store, and press enter. Now let's wait until our project is created. Now our project is ready. Now let's go to open it and open it on VS Code. Now let's run it, npm start, and let's press I to run iOS. Now our new project has been created. We can go to app.tsx and change anything that we want. In this tutorial, we need APIs to work with. And the person who is responsible for building the UI, he is the backend developer. But since we don't have a backend developer, but what if you don't have any backend developers? You can use Firebase or use mock APIs. And in this course, we're gonna use both. We're gonna use Firebase and also we're gonna use mock APIs. So let's start with mock APIs. Let's search in Google and type mock API and press enter and go to this wonderful website, mock API. Let's press here and create our new project. For example, we're gonna build a bookstore app, so let's make this project with name bookstore and let's press on create. Now we got a new project. Let's create our first endpoint. So let's press here inside this project and press on new resource. This endpoint is gonna be box. This endpoint, we're gonna fetch it to get list of box. Okay, let's leave this ID because each box need to have an ID, because with this ID we're gonna access it to delete or to get by ID or to update specific box. Okay, so let's leave this ID, and for created ad let's leave it too, and the name let's make it name of author, the author of the book, and the type of it is gonna be full name. And let's change this avatar to be a cover. This is the cover of the book. Okay, and let's make it image, or let's make it image URL, and let's add a new property. Let's call it price. This is the price of book. Let's add it price of book, and this price is gonna be number. Let's add the email of the seller, email of seller, to send an email to the seller to buy this book. okay? And let's make the type of it is email, internet.email. So those are the keys of our endpoint data, and those are the type. Now let's press on create. And let's add some dummy data. For example, let's add, look here, if you just add here, you're gonna notice a number. For example, we have 30 here. If you press, now we get the 29 box, but let's make them only 7 box, okay? Now we got 7 box. If you press here, you're gonna see our endpoint. But I would like to mention something. You're not gonna see this view. I can see this view because I get this a wonderful extension called JSON view. Make sure to install this JSON view extension in Google Chrome to be able to see the list like this. If you don't install it, you're gonna see the list like this. You're gonna see it like this. Look, because this tab here, we didn't add this extension, so we can see it like this. But if you add this extension, you're gonna see it like this. This extension name with JSON view. Okay. Now we've created our APIs. In next lesson, we're gonna fetch API, fetch those data and render them inside our app. Gonna learn how to make your first API call, your first HTTP request. We're gonna use this wonderful library called Axios. Axios is a popular JavaScript library used in React Native and other JavaScript frameworks to make HTTP requests to APIs. And it's very easy to use and have some key features. For example, automatic JSON conversion and error handling, custom headers, and other wonderful features. If you see here, you're gonna notice that 56 million installed weekly. So now let's install this package to our project. So let's press here, npm I Axios, and go to our terminal and open a new terminal and paste this code, npm I Axios. This I is a shortcut for install. Now let's press save. Now the package is installed. Let's just reload our app. Press R in this terminal to reload our app. Okay. Now let's go and make our first HTTP requests. Remember our project. If you press here at this endpoint, you're gonna notice this endpoint of box. Okay, you can just copy it like this, and let's go to our project and create our first GET request. First, let's store this endpoint inside a constant. So let's add a constant here. Let's name it endpoint URL equals to this value. I just copy it from here. Okay, then let's create our fetch data function. So let's create our function with the name fetch data to fetch data from an API, or we can make it get list of box. Choosing good names is better for your project, especially if you build a big project. Okay, this function is gonna be an async function. So let's add the async keyword here before those two parentheses. So async function in JavaScript is a special type of functions that allow you to work with asynchronous operations. And this is a basic JavaScript. Okay? So if you don't understand async, don't worry, you can follow along with me. But you need first to take a JavaScript course, okay? Now, let's create a constant called response. And this response is gonna be the response that we got from this endpoint. This response is equal to await, this await word We use it with async to handle asynchronous operations. Await our Axios, we're gonna import it. Axios, we've used auto import here, but if your editor didn't import Axios, they have to make sure from this line import Axios from Axios. Okay. Dot. Look here. We have here get to get data from database. We have here post to add data to database. We have here delete to delete data from database, and we have bot to update data in database. In this endpoint, we're gonna get list of box, so we're gonna use the get method, and inside get we're gonna pass the endpoint URL like here. Finally, let's log the response. Now we get this function here, get list of box, but we need to fire this function. So let's create a button. And when we press on this button, we're gonna fire this function, get list of box. And let's add the title to this button, list of box. And let's press save. Now let's open our terminal. Let's clear it using Command and K or Control and K if you're using Windows. And now let's press on this button. Look, we got here our data. Look, we get here a lot of data inside an object, but we want to get only the list of box, so we can destruct this response because this response has a lot of properties. For example, has config, has headers, request, status, and we want to get the data. So let's press on data and clear terminal and press save and press on this button again. Now look, we get our data here. The cover, this is the cover of the book, created at, email of seller, the ID, name of author, and let me tell you a little bit trick. To format data in JavaScript, you can use this JSON.stringify method and put your data inside stringify and add null and 3. Let's press save and clear our terminal and press on get list of box again. Look, our data is formatted thanks to this JSON.stringify method that make our data formatted. Here the name of author, cover, price of book, email of seller, and the ID. In next lesson, we're gonna learn how to render those things inside text inside our app. Now let's render this list of data in our app. To render them, first we need to store this data in our state, and to store the data in local state we use a hook called useState hook. So first let's declare a hook here, const an array equals to useState, and we're gonna initialize it with empty array, and we're gonna put here book list and set book list. Book list to get the book list, set book list to set the data inside this book list, okay? And inside this function we're gonna set our state to be response.data here and press save. Now when we fire this function, when we press on this button, we're gonna store this response.data here. This data here, we're gonna store it inside this book list variable. Okay, now let's press on get list box. And now let's try to log this book list here. So let's create log here and type here book list and here book list. And let's clear the log here and press save. Look, now we've stored our data that we've got from the backend we stored it inside this variable, this backlist variable, using set backlist. Okay. Now we get here an array, and our app can get access to it because this array inside the state, we want to map this array and render something. To do this, we can use our wonderful component FlatList. So we're gonna type here FlatList and pass the main three properties of it. Don't forget to import FlatList from React Native. Okay. Now our FlatList first property is the data, and the data is gonna be the backlist, the array of box. We're gonna put it here. The first property is key extractor, a unique key for each item. So we're gonna pass an item here and make item dot id dot toString. Item.id from the POC, because each POC has a unique ID. And I think it's already string, so we don't need this method here because it's already string. Third property is the render item property. And our render item, as you've learned before, is the UI component that you're gonna render here. Later we're gonna use the book component, and we're gonna style it and make it a good component. But for now, let's render just a text. Okay, so let's just render a text. And inside this text, we can use any property that you want. For example, let's render the email of the seller, or let's render the name of author. So that's the name of author. So to render it, we're gonna first destruct the item and put inside the text item dot name of author and press save. Now we got, look what happens here. We got a list of name authors. We can add another text. Let's add another text. But first we need to wrap those texts inside a view. Okay. Let's add another text, and let's make it item dot, for example, price. I want to mention something. When I type price, nothing appears here. Why? Because the key is not price. The key here is price of bug. So you have to make sure that you put the exact key from the back end. I mean the key of the back end that he sent to you in the response body. Okay, that's the body. So let's copy this price of bug and paste it here and press save. Look, now you can see here the number. Those numbers are too big, but it doesn't matter. It's just a dummy data. Let's render the image. So let's import image component, and inside it, we have to make sure that is imported from React Native. Image. And the source of it is gonna be URI, and is gonna be the cover. Key here is cover. So we're gonna put item dot cover and press save. Nothing appear here because our image need width and height. So let's add a style to it. Style. Let's add height 150 and width 150 as well. And press save. Now you can see the images. So that's the response from the back end. If you open our mock API, here's the project. Those are 7 POCs. If you open them, you're gonna notice that we fetch the same data. For example, the first one here, name of author is Raoul Lipsak, and here's also Raoul Lipsak. The price of POC is 99,913. Here also 99,913. So let's just recap what we've done here. First, we've initialized a useState hook with an empty array. Okay. Then we've stored our endpoint inside a variable. Then we've created a function that's responsible for getting the data from the backend, from the database. And we get the response and set our app state, I mean the buck list. We've set it using set buck list and store our response.data that's coming from the backend, from the API. We've stored this response.data inside the buck list. Then we've created here our FlatList. This FlatList is a component to loop the array and render something. And we've looped our array, our API here. We've looped it and we've rendered each item of them. Created ad, name of author, cover, price of buck, email of seller. There's an issue with this API. We forgot to add the name of the buck. We're gonna fix it later, don't worry. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to get by ID. I mean, you have here a list of bucks. We want to get a single buck. This is gonna be useful if you want to navigate to buck screen details. For example, in your app, you have multiple bucks, and when you press on a single buck, you're gonna navigate to screen details and see the detail of this buck. Also, we're gonna learn try-catch blocks, okay? So now first, let's create a function to get data by ID. So let's create our function, const get buck by ID. It's gonna be also async function because we're gonna doing asynchronous operation. See this get request? We can just copy it and also just copy this code, this line of code, and paste it here. We need a new thing. Get by ID is like get list of bucks, but the different change is that you have to add the ID to this URL. For example, this is our endpoint. If we open Google Chrome and search with it, we're gonna get list of bucks. As you see, each buck has an ID 1, 2, 3. What if we want to get this buck with ID 3? Just add this slash and add the ID of 3 and press enter. Now we only get the buck of ID 3. We're gonna do the same thing inside the code. So just you need to add our URL here. For example, let's add /3 and press save. Now let's test our function. Let's copy the function name and create a new button with title get buck by ID, and when we press on this button, we're gonna just fire this function and press save. Now let's open our log and see. Let's clear the log, and when we press on get buck by ID, look, this is the data of buck of ID 3. Just to format this log, let's add number of 3 here to this JSON stringify method, and let's try again, get buck by ID. Look, now that's the buck of ID 3 with the author of name angle Corona. Let's try another one. For example, let's try of number 5. We get here Carlton Danielle. So let's go to our code and replace this 3 with 5 and press save. And let's clear the log. And let's press on get buck by ID. Look, now we get the buck with ID 5 with Carlton Danielle. So that was our lesson today. How to create a get request by ID. It's a very simple. In next lesson we're gonna talk about try and catch. So don't miss the next lesson. And one more thing I want to mention. We can use the new string of ECMAScript. This is gonna make our code cleaner. So instead of adding /5 like here, we can make it like this. This string, this is the new template string of ECMAScript. And add the slash here and enter any ID that you want. For example, 4 and press save. Now let's try. And let's get book by ID. Look, we get our book with ID 4, and that's the data of it. Today we're gonna talk about try-catch. Try-catch statement is used for error handling. It allows you to execute code that might throw an error. And we have two blocks. The first block is try block. And this contains the code that you want to execute. For example, a risky function that maybe cause an error. And in the catch block, this is executed if an error occurs in the try block. It contains code to handle exceptions and errors. To handle exceptions, I mean to handle errors. So let's add try catch blocks to our HTTP request. For example, let's go to this get book by ID. You can just simply type try like this and add this block and catch, and it takes an error, and open a block. And just do inside this try, as I've mentioned before, you just put your code. So we're gonna put this HTTP request here, okay, inside try block. And inside catch block, we're gonna just console.log the error. So console.log error. Okay. And let's type something before the error. Let's just type an error occurred. Okay, and now let's try. Let's try this function, get book by ID. When we press here, now our endpoint is working perfectly. But what if I just pass an ID that's not available? For example, we get a list of books here. We get here a list of books with ID from 1 to 7. What I just type any item that's not available here. For example, let's just type 6,000, for example, and press save. Now let's clear the log and try to call this endpoint. Now look what happens. An error occurred. Axios error. Request failed with a status 404. 404, this is a status code for not found. So it tells us this ID is not found. So this message is very helpful for us. We can make another thing. For example, let's put an existing ID and let's go to our endpoint and to delete this part. So our endpoint is not valid anymore. So let's try it again and press. First, let's clear the log. And now let's press get book by ID. Look, we got another error. An error occurred. Access error, network error. From this error, we know that our endpoint is not okay. There is a network error. So let's return it as it is and press save and try. Now everything is working perfectly. So that was try and catch blocks. It's a very simple lesson. And for this simplicity, I'm gonna let you do the try catch in this function, get list of blocks. Just pause the video and do it by yourself. And when you're done, just continue watching and see if your solution is correct. Okay? Now pause the video and try to add try catch in this function. Perfect. I know that you can make it. It's pretty simple. You can just add try here and open a block and put your code inside this block and add catch block here, and inside catch just add the error and console.log error. Easy, isn't it? Now don't miss the next lesson. We're gonna learn how to delete a book from our endpoint. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to create HTTP delete request. By the end of the lesson, you're gonna learn how to delete data from database. For example, we see here our endpoint that's display the data of box, list of box. Let's learn how to delete a couple of boxes here. So let's jump to our code and let's create a new function. Const delete box by ID. And it's gonna be async function. And inside async function, we're gonna add try and catch block. I have here a snippet called try catch. Just added the try block and the catch block. As you've learned before, you can try the snippet or you can pause the video and type it like this. Inside try, see this line of code? We're gonna type something like this. Const response equals to await Axios library dot, and instead of get, we're gonna add delete. Okay, and we're gonna pass our endpoint. So we're gonna add our endpoint URL and add slash, and after the slash we're gonna add the ID of the book that we want to delete. For example, we want to delete the book number, the book with ID 7. So let's add 7. And just let's create an alert dot alert book is deleted successfully. And if we got an error, we can just console.log this error. Okay, now let's create a new button to try this function. So let's create a new button with title delete book, and when we press on this button, we're gonna just pass this function delete book by ID. And now let's press save. Now we got here a new button called delete book. When we press on it, we're gonna delete the book with ID 7. So now let's press on this button. Book is deleted successfully. And let's go to our endpoint. Let's go to, we got here a 7 of box. When we refresh it, look what we have in here. We have only 6 of book. The book number 7 is deleted. Let's try to delete the book with ID 2, with the author Lewis. So let's delete the book of ID 2. Let's go here and just instead of number 7, ID 7, we can just add ID 2 and press save. And now let's press on delete book. Now book is deleted successfully. Let's go to our database, the endpoint that represents the database, and let's refresh to see. Look, now we got a book with ID 1 and 3. The book with ID 2 is deleted. At the beginning of the video, we have 7 books, but now we have only 5. Finally, let's try to delete this book with ID number 3. The book with angle corona. So let's go here and add ID number 3 and press save. And let's press on this button. Book is deleted successfully. So let's go to our list of books again and try to refresh. Now, if you notice here, we got here only 4 books, and the book with ID number 3 of angle corona has been deleted. What happens if we delete a book doesn't exist? Let's try it. Nothing happened, but we get an error in the log. Let's see. Axios error request failed with the status code 404. So that's the benefit of try and catch, because the book with ID 3 is already deleted. We got this error here, 404. Now you've learned how to get data and delete the data. You still need to learn how to add data to database and how to update the data in database. And that's what we're gonna learn in next lessons. In this lesson, we're gonna learn post request. And we use post request to add data in the database. I mean to create data in the database. For example, we have here 4 boxes. We want to increase the total of those boxes. We want to add 1 more box or 2. How to do this? Using Axios and React Native. That's pretty easy. Let's create a function called create box. Is gonna be like before an async function because we're gonna make asynchronous operations. Okay, then we're gonna add the try catch blocks. So let's use this snippet to add try catch blocks, and inside catch block we're gonna just console.log the error. Okay, so step number 1, creating an async function. Step number 2, adding try catch block, as you've learned before. Step number 3, you're gonna store the response inside a response variable. Response is gonna be equal to await this API call Axios dot. Before we've used get and delete. Get to get the data, delete for deleting data. Now we're gonna add data, so we're gonna use the post. This post method to upload data to database. And we're gonna also add our endpoint URL. Then we're gonna add the body, because we don't want to create an empty box. We need to add data for this box, for example, title and price, and so. So we're gonna just open a new object and put your data here. How to get this data? Look at our box schema in our database. We have created add. You don't need to add this created add because this created add it automatically. You just need to add name of author, the cover, price of book, email of seller. You don't need also to add this ID because it's gonna be auto generated. So let's copy those 4 lines. Name of author, cover, price of book, email of seller. Let's copy them and go to our code and paste them like this. Now this called the body of our request. You can add here whatever you want. For example, name of author, we can make it Ahmed Sawi. Okay, the cover of the book, you can add any image that you want. For example, let's pick this image. You can choose any image. For example, let's copy the URL of it and replace this URL with the new URL. Okay, the price of book, let's make it 29. Finally, the email of seller, let's make it anything at hotmail.com. So that is the data. This data we're gonna send to our database. Name of author, cover, price of book, email of seller. Those key, the back-end team is gonna provide it to you. Each API call, each post API call has some configurations, and the back-end team is gonna tell you what you should send. Okay? Finally, let's make an alert with title book has been created. Now let's choose this function, create box. So let's add a button here. You can duplicate this line of code, and instead of delete box, just create box. And when we press on it, we're gonna just pass this function, create box. And now let's press save. Now let's press on create box button to see. Box has been created. And now let's go to our database to see our box. So now this is our database. Let's refresh. Let's press here to show our box. Look, now this is our new book. Our new book has been created with the name of author Ahmed Sawi and ID 7, as I've told you, the ID and created at You don't need to pass them. And this is the email of the seller. And this is the image. This is the image of cover book. You can go to it and see it, the image. And now, as you can see, we have here 5 box. Let's try to show our box inside our app. So let's just inside this view, let's make it SafeAreaView as a wrapper to see this get list of box button. And if we press here, now we get here our list of box, and this is the image. This is the old image that I have created. Now let's try to publish a new box. For example, let's add name of author. Let's make it HeroDev, and the image is gonna be this image. Let's copy the URL of it and replace it here. Just delete old URL and paste the new one, and the price is gonna be 300, and the email is gonna be HeroDev. And now let's press save. We can add another thing. When we press on create button and button has been created, we want to fetch list of box to make our box appear here at this list. So after we've created a box, let's call this function, the get list of box function, because when we call it, our new box is gonna appear here. Okay, so let's call it like this and press save. And let's try to press on create box button. Look, box has been created, and if you scroll down, here's our new box, HeroDev with price 300, and this is the cover image. One last thing I would like to mention. This body, we can create an object up here and to separate it from this function to make our code cleaner. So let's create a constant with the name of body, for example, and this is gonna be object, and we're gonna copy this body object, all of those 4 lines, and paste it here, and just take this body and put it after the URL like this. Now let's press save. Our function now looks a little bit cleaner than before, isn't it? So now let's try one more time to add the last box. For example, name of author is gonna be last box with 500. The email is the same and the cover is the same. Now it doesn't appear here. When we press on create box, box has been created, and when we scroll down, we're gonna see a box with the title last box. This is ugly UI, don't worry about it. We're gonna create a wonderful UI for our bookstore app, but I just want you in those lessons to learn how to use the Axios methods, post request and delete request and get request, to get data, to delete data, to create data. Our last method is gonna be the put request. Put request we're gonna use to update data in database. You're gonna learn this method next lesson. In the last lesson, you've learned how to create POC, or how to create HTTP post request. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to update data in our database, how to create a put request to update the data. And this lesson is gonna be very easy because updating the data is like creating the data. Just we need to add 2 differences, and you're gonna watch them. First, let's create our function. Const update POC is gonna be equal to async function, and inside this function, see this create POC, we're gonna just copy all of this code and paste it here like this, and we're gonna do only 2 changes. The first change, see this post, we're gonna make it put, this put for updating the POC. Okay, you can make it also patch. But what is the difference between patch and put? I'm gonna tell you. Put request is for full update. I mean, replaces the entire resource with data provided in the request body. In this body. Okay? The full data, the full documentation in database. But patch is a partial update. It updates only the specified fields in the resources without affecting the other fields. So it's just for partial updates. If you don't understand, don't worry. Because in our course, we're gonna use only put for full update, okay? Now, that was the first change. Instead of post, we're gonna just add put, okay? The second change that you need is, didn't you ask yourself which book are we gonna update? For example, this book or this or this? How to know what is the exactly book to update? How to catch a bug? We're gonna catch a bug with the ID of this book. For example, if we see here, we have this book with the name last book. We can update it. You only need to copy the ID of it, ID number 9, and to add the ID inside our post, inside our put request. Like this. Let's use the template literal string in JavaScript. Like this. And add slash and the ID of the book. The book number 9. Okay. And now let's go to the body, this body that we're gonna send to the backend to update our bug. So let's to update this 500 and make it only 40. And the name of the author, let's make it Mark, for example. Now let's press save and try this function, update bug. And to try it, we need to add a new button. So let's duplicate this line of code, this create bug line. And inside of create bug, let's change to update bug. And when we press on it, we're gonna update the bug function. We're gonna call this function, update bug here. Now let's press save and press on update bug. Let's press on it. Bug. The name it changed and be Mark, and the price changed and be 400. We can also try to change the image. For example, let's try to use this image. Let's copy the URL of it and add it here instead of this URL. And let's make the name of author to be Angle. Okay. And the price of bug is gonna be 99. And the email is gonna be angle@hotmail. And let's, instead of update the bug with ID number 9, we're gonna update the bug with ID number 8, this bug. And let's change this 9 to this 8 and press save. Finally, let's change this word here. Has been created? No, it has been updated. It's just a message. We don't our message to be tricky, okay? Now let's press on update bug to update this bug. So let's press here. Look, bug has been updated, and now the name is Angle with price 99. So now you've learned how to update bugs in this lesson. Now, if you understand those 4 requests, put and post and delete and get, you are ready to create our bug store project. So don't miss next lessons because we're gonna build our app. Now let's create our folder structure for our project. So here inside our folders, let's create a new folder called SRC. Inside SRC folder, we're gonna add a couple of folders. First folder is gonna be screens to add our app screens. The second folder is gonna be components to add our app components. Third folder is gonna be HTTP, or you can name it API or config, whatever you want. Okay. Now let's go to our app.tsx and move this code. First, let's move those functions, our API call functions. So let's highlight them, all of them, like that, and cut them. And let's go to our API folder and create a file called config.js, or you can make it http.ts. Name it whatever you want, but make sure that you choose a name that refers to what this file contains. Okay, so now let's paste here our code, and just don't forget to import Axios and the alert. Okay, and press save for now, and we're gonna do some changes here later. Okay, now let's go to our app.tsx. Let's remove all of this code. All of this must be deleted, and this also. And let's remove those styles too. Just return null for now and remove all of that. Okay, now let's press save. And let's go to our screens and create our home screen. So inside screens folder, let's create a new component called home screens.tsx. And let's create a functional component here. We can use this snippet rnfe to create a React functional component and press save. Now let's render this home screen there in app.tsx file. So let's go here, and instead of null, let's just add our home screen, and don't forget to import it like this. And now let's press save and see our app. Now here is our home screen. To make sure you can add styling here, Felix of 1, background color gold. Now we render our home screen correctly. So now in this screen, we're gonna render the list of box that anyone can buy. Finally, we need to create an assets folder. Assets to put here images or SVGs that you want inside your app. So now our small structure is ready for this app, and in next lesson, we're gonna build our book component. Now let's create our book card component. So inside our components, let's create a new folder called bookcard.tsx. Okay. First, let's import from React Native our core components: view, text, image, touchable opacity, and style sheet. Okay. Second, let's create our function const book card. It's gonna be a functional component that we're gonna return a view for now. Third, let's define the styles. Const styles equals to StyleSheet.create, and we're gonna put our styles here. And finally, let's export our component. Export default book card. Now let's go and render it in home screen. So inside home screen here, let's remove this gold color, and let's remove also this text, and change this view to be SafeAreaView because of iOS. And finally, let's render the book card component. Now let's press save and go and add styling to our book card component. For the design, you don't worry about the design, because when you work in a company, the design team, the UI UX designer, is gonna provide you with the design. So for the design, don't worry about it. But here, we can do our design by our own. Okay, so let's add here style. It's gonna be equals to styles.container, and let's define it down here. And what we want to add here, we want to add flexDirection to be row. The background color is gonna be white, and we're gonna add a shadow for it. We need to add border radius of 10. We need to add padding 10 also, and we need to add shadow color to be black, and shadow offset for the iOS. The width is gonna be 0, and the height is gonna be 2. Shadow opacity is gonna be 0.1. Shadow radius is gonna be 4. Elevation for Android is gonna be 3. And margin is gonna be 10. Now let's press save and see inside Android and iOS. Look, the shadow is appear but nothing inside it. So let's add something inside it. Let's add the image, for example. So let's go here and add the image section. We're gonna define our component for 3 sections: image section and details section. Inside this details, we're gonna add the author name and the price, and also the book name. And finally, we're gonna add delete and edit buttons. Okay. So in image section, we're gonna use our image component. The source of it is gonna be this image here. You can use any image that you want for now. Just get any image from Google or something. I'm gonna use this image with this link. Okay. And the style of this image is gonna be styles.image, or let's make it cover image. Now let's go down here and define the cover image style property. I want my image to be take the height of 120 and the width of 25 of the view. Look, our image appears here, and we want to add border radius to be 8, and finally the resize mode to be stretch. Okay, now we've done with the image. Let's style our details. So we're gonna, inside the details section, we're gonna add a view here. We're gonna add the styles to it with the name styles.details container. And inside this details container, we're gonna add some styling here. We're gonna make the flex of it 1, margin horizontal 10, and margin top 10 as well. And inside our details container, we're gonna put the 3 things: the title of book, and the author name, and the price of the book. So we need to add 3 texts. The first text is gonna be the book name. Okay. And for example, let's add it for now, Soul. The second text, let's just copy this, and instead of book name, we're gonna add author name. And let's make the author name Olivia Wilson from the image here. And finally, let's also duplicate this and add the price. And for example, let's make it $25. Okay, now let's define those styles: book name, author name, I think there's H here, author name, and the price. So let's go for book name and add some styling. Let's make the font size to be 16. The font weight is gonna be bold. The color is gonna be black. Okay, that's for the name of the book. Second, let's define the styles for author name. Let's make the font size is gonna be 14. The color is gonna be this hex code. I think our style is not implemented, but why? Author name, I think there's differences here. Look, the styles are case sensitive, so this should be a, small a. Now let's press save. Now look, our style is done. Finally, the price. So let's add the price styling. Let's make the font size 16, the font weight bold, and finally the color, let's make it this hex color 25A, and let's press save. Let's just add some space here between the author name and the price and name of box. So let's add margin vertical to be, for example, 3 to add some space here. Now we're done with the title and the author and the price. Let's add two icons, icon for delete and icon for edit. So now let's create a new view. Let's give it a style with styles dot delete edit container, and let's go and style this. It's gonna be the flexDirection row because we just want the two icons beside together, okay? And align items in the center. Now let's go up and to make some styling and to add two buttons. So we're gonna use touchable opacity. Touchable opacity, we're gonna use two of them and we're gonna give it the same style. It's gonna be like a circle. So let's add style dot circle button. Okay, and now let's just duplicate it. And let's go down and define this style here. So circle button, let's give it height 30, width 30, border radius half of them to make it round. Background color, let's make it gray or this hex code, something like gray, light gray. Let's make justify content center and align items center as well to center whatever between. Okay, now let's press save. Now those are two buttons. We just need to add some spaces between them. So let's add margin start 10, for example. Now those are two buttons. Let's make them 40, not 30. Or let's make them 35. And let's increase the border radius to be 20 to make sure those are round. So those are two buttons. Okay. Now finally, let's put inside those two buttons our icons. So let's open Expo icons. Expo vector icons here. Let's search for delete. We can use this delete here. So let's just copy this and paste it here. And let's just copy the render of it and paste it here inside the delete. So this is gonna be the delete. We got here an error. Don't worry, we're gonna fix it later. And let's add the edit button. So edit icon, we can use this edit button, edit icon here. So let's copy this import and add it here and copy the render of it and add it here inside those circles. Now we got here an error. Android and iOS. Check the method render of book card. This error appears when I've added the icons. To solve this error, we just need to close our Metro and just run npm install Or you can make sure also to delete node modules. Delete this file here, delete it, and run npm install and wait until the installation is done. And run npm start again. After run npm start, press I to run iOS and press A to run Android. Now the issue is done. We just need to, but I don't know why our icons is not appear on iOS. So let's skip it for now, and let's first change the colors of those icons. So let's make the size is gonna be 20 and the color is gonna be red, like this, to be like this. And the edit button is gonna be 20 as well, and the color is gonna be, let's choose this hex color 25A. So now that's the edit and delete, but I don't know why those icons is not working on iOS. Let's try to figure out together what's the reason of it. For the icons, error doesn't appear on iOS. When I run the app inside our another simulator, iPhone 16 Pro Max, the icons appear here, but it doesn't appear here. I don't know why, but we can try to delete Expo Go. Let's delete it. Remove the app, delete the app, like this. And now let's try to run I again, but first let's close this Pro Max 14 and let's press I to run it on iPhone 16 to see. I hope this error don't face you. Look, now it works perfectly. I hope you don't face this error because it's something like cache error or something. It's something related to Expo, not related to our code, because it's working on Android and other simulators, and now it works on iPhone 16. Okay, so make sure sometimes you can face any issues. Make sure to delete node modules and install them again. You can try also to remove the app and install it again. In our bookstore app, we're gonna have a lot of bugs, not only one bug. So imagine you want to use this book card component to render more than one book, for example. Let's duplicate this and press save. If you see here, those are the same bugs with the same title, with the same author name, and with the same price and cover. So we want to make it changes in our component when we render it. So today we're gonna learn props in React. Props in React.js and React Native is the mechanism for passing data from parent component to child component. For example, from here, from this home screen to this book card component. And this props is immutable. I mean, it's are read-only. They cannot be modified, okay? But it got dynamic values that we can update when parent component re-renders. Let me show you how to use props easily. Inside this React component, just add the props object like this. Okay? And look at your component and see what are the things that you want to change. For example, the cover image and the book name. Let's start with the book name. It's an easy one. If you just type this soul, because we type here soul, it appear in the three of them is soul. If we just type AAA, will appear AAA in all box. But what if just pass here props dot title, for example, and press save. Now in the three box, our props are disappeared. Our title is disappeared, because we've passed the title as a prop. So if we want to show it, we need to go to our parent component and to add it here. Title. For example, here, let's make it soul, and title here. Let's make it, for example, second. And for the title here, let's make it 333, for example. Now when we press save, look, the first book is become soul, the second one is become second because we type here second, the third one is 333. Those are the titles. you have to make sure of something. This prop title here must be the same as here. So for example, if you just add E here and press save, names are disappeared because this name here must be the same here. Okay, now let's return it, and now let's try to change our price also. So let's copy this 25 and add props dot price and press save, and go to add the price property to those box. So go to home screen and add the first here, price is gonna be 30. The second is gonna be, for example, let's make it 20. The third is gonna be, let's make it 90. Now look, 30, 20, 90. As you add it here, you can make it string because those two O's doesn't appear. So if you just make this a string, it's gonna appear like that. Okay, let's return it. So that was the props easily, but I got a better approach to use props. And this approach is distracting this object. Instead of adding these props, we can distract them and add here title and price. And instead of props.title, and just remove props dot here and props dot here and press save, the same thing, nothing changed. Let's add a third property for author name. So let's add author name property here. And instead of Olivia Wilson, we're gonna just add author name. Now we need to go to our parent component and to pass our props. So let's go and add author name here. It's gonna be Olivia Wilson. Author name here is gonna be, for example, second. The author name here is gonna be, for example, let's make it 4444, anything. I just want to mention that whatever you type here is gonna appear here. So we are passing the data from parent component to child component to make our component customizable and reusable, so we can render a lot of bugs. Finally, let's change the image URL here. So instead of this link, we're gonna cut it and add a fourth property. Please pause the video and add it by your own. Like I've added those three, you can try to add the fourth property of image URL. Now pause the video and try to do it. Great, I'm sure you did it, but let me show you how to do it, okay? We're gonna add a third prop called image URI, and instead of the link, we're gonna import it here, image URI, and press save. Now let's go and add the images. So we're gonna go to our parent component, and in the first component, let's add the last property, image URI, and add your link here. And go for the second component and add image URI property and put your link here. We can get any links from Google. For example, this image, let's copy the link of it and to add it here and press save. Now let's go and get another image from Google or whatever you want, any link that you want, and to add it here, image URI, and press save. Now look, we get 3 boxes with 3 images and with 3 titles with 3 prices, and you can add more and more and more. So props in React is a way to make our component reusable and have different data. Now it's time to call APIs and to fetch data and render them. But to do this, first we need to do some changes to our functions. So we're gonna open src API http.ts, and we're gonna do some changes to those functions. First, we need to export all of those functions. So before this const function, we're gonna export them to use it anywhere inside the app. So this word export, let's add it here too, export. export, export, and finally export. So now we can choose those functions inside the all app. Second, let's add callbacks. What are callbacks? Callbacks are functions that we're gonna call after our API call get success or get failed. So we're gonna add two callbacks. Let's add it inside an object. You can type it like this, CB as a callback, or I prefer to make it like this, on success and on error, on success and on error. And we're gonna add on success here. We're gonna call it here because when response is success, we're gonna call these functions. Let's remove this hook. And on error, we're gonna add it here inside this error. What we've done here, we just add a success callback function. We're gonna call it inside home screen when our callback get success. For example, this is the success of get list of box. So when we get the list of box, we're gonna render them inside home screen. But if we got an error, we're gonna call this function. So we're gonna display error or something. We're gonna display errors for user. For example, we can say no data or failed to fetch the data or any specific errors. Okay, so this on success function, we're gonna call it when our API called successfully. Okay, we're gonna add the same thing to other functions. So let's copy those and paste it here and get book by ID and paste it here and delete book and paste it here and create book and paste it here and update book. Let's remove this and let's remove this. And let's add in all of them, let's add the on success and on error. So here on success, let's call it here, and here on error, like the first function. But I want to mention something. Before we do this, we want to pass the data. This response to data and pass also this error. Why? Because in our home screen, if this on error called, we're gonna display an error. But which error we're gonna display? So we need to pass this error here to display this error inside this screen callback when we call back the function. Okay, so inside on error we're gonna pass the error, and inside on success we're gonna pass the data, because when we call this function on success function in home screen, we're gonna display the data. So on success we're gonna pass response to data. Finally, last thing to do with this function to make it better, and this for handling the null safety. What if we didn't pass this function? Sometimes it can make an error, so we need to just add a null safety. So before on success, we're gonna use this condition. If we pass this on success function, just call it. If it's not passed, don't do anything. And on error too. So let's add it here too. If we pass this function on error, just call it. If we didn't pass it, don't call it. So now let's make all of those changes to all functions. So let's copy this on success here and paste it here, and also in deleting the bug, and also in creating a bug, and also in updating a bug. Okay, and let's go and to copy also the on error function, and let's paste it here in get bug by ID, and paste it here in delete bug by ID, and paste it here in create bug, and paste it here in update bug. Now our functions are ready. There's more approach better than those, but I don't want to make something complicated or complex to you. But make sure later in this course we're gonna learn another and better approach. Okay? So now in next lesson we're gonna use our first function get list of box, and we're gonna call it here and display our box from the API inside our app. I want just to mention those red lines here, don't worry about them. Those are handling TypeScript. And I assume that you've learned TypeScript for this course, but don't worry, I'm gonna add the TypeScript for those functions. And also, don't worry if you don't know TypeScript right now, because our code's gonna work without adding TypeScript, okay? But TypeScript is gonna make our code better, okay? So now let's go to our home screen and try to fetch our API, this endpoint. So if we open it in Google, we're gonna fetch it like that. Let's fetch this list of box inside our app. So let's go and use this function, get list of box function. First, we're gonna use our useState hook to store the data in our state inside screen, okay? So let's add two values, box list and set box list, okay? Second, we're gonna use effect to fetch our data. Finally, we're gonna use our function, our get list of box function. So let's import it here, get list of box, and pass the parameter of it on success callback and on error callback. On success, it takes a data. This data is the list of box, so we can name it box, okay? And we're gonna set list of box here to set our component state, our home screen state, to our box. The second argument is the error callback. What if we got an error? So it takes an error, and we're gonna just console.log it right now. Console.log error. Now let's press save and try to log those box list. Log box list, and press save to see. Now we got our box list here. Look, those are the list from API. And now let's render this array in our app. To render this array, we're gonna use the FlatList component. So we're gonna delete all of this and just only render the FlatList component. And FlatList take three main properties: the data, and it's gonna be box list, and key extractor, and render item, to know which item we're gonna render, okay? Let's remove this log, and to define the key extractor function and render item function as well. First, key extractor, let's make it item, and it's gonna be item.id.toString. Okay, because the key extractor of each data is gonna be the ID of this box, this ID, okay? Second, the render item is gonna be the box component that we've created before. So first, let's just extract our item from data and render box card. Now let's press save and see. Look, when we've rendered the box card, we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 box, like our data. See, we got here a 7 box if you count them. But there is no data because we didn't pass any props here. We didn't pass the author name, image URL, price, title. So first, let's pass the image, the author name. You have to make sure the author name here, we can get it from the item. If you log the item, you're gonna get logged like this. This item, this called an item, and this called another item, and this another item. So to render the data from an item, you have to make sure you pass the exact key from the backend. For example, name of author here is a camel case, author name, but you cannot make it item.author name like this. This is gonna work. You need to pass the key from the backend. I mean this key, name of author from the backend. So let's replace it here and press save and see. Look, now we can see our author name appears because we used the key from the backend. Okay, so this item referred to the data from the backend, to this item. Okay. Second, let's try to render the price. To render the price, we need to take this key, price of box. So if you want to render price, you just add price is equal to item.price of box and press save. Now look, we got here the prices. Those prices are too much, but it's just a dummy data for learning, so don't focus on those prices, okay? Let's make N1 at each line, like this. We're gonna format our code later, but I just only want to show you, okay? The third property is image URL, and it's gonna be item dot, and see what is the data coming from backend is cover. You can also get it from the log here. Okay, and now let's press save and see. Now we got here the covers. Finally, let's add the book title. So our last property is the title, and it's gonna be item dot what dot. Oops, our API need some changes because the backend doesn't provide us with the title of the book. So in this case, you need to contact with the backend team and tell them to add the title of the book. But since we've created our API from mock API, so we are responsible to do this. Okay, so let's go to mock API and to open our project called bookstore, and go to our box and try to edit this endpoint. And let's add another key of book title, for example, and this is gonna be string. Or we can make it thicker to make the website build it for us. Let's make it, for example, country. What to choose? Let's try to search for title, or let's add names. Let's search with names, and you can add any data that you want. For example, let's make it city name, any data that you want, okay? This is just for learning. And let's press on update. And now let's generate another box to make our new data is generated. So now we've generated new data. So now let's go to our project. And the title was book title, like this. And now let's press save and let's reload our app. Look, those are our new data. The title, the author name, the price. This is not a real data, but don't worry, this is not your job. This is the backend team job. So this API is just for learning, okay? In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to delete an item from our list, okay? First, let's press on this delete button, and we're gonna notice nothing happens, because if we open our book card component, we're gonna notice down here, we didn't add any handlers here for this touchable opacity that's responsible for deleting a book. So let's add on press property, and let's add a prop called on delete item, for example. And let's go up and pass it as prop, like the other props, author name and price and title and image. I want to mention something. If you are worried about those red lines, please don't worry. This course is for absolute beginners. So those red lines are TypeScript issues, and I'm gonna solve them later in optional videos, because I know many people may have TypeScript experience or no TypeScript, but I assume this course is for all, is for beginner level, and I want to make it as simple as possible. So I ignore TypeScript just right now, but I'm gonna add it later in other videos, okay? So now let's focus on the functionality right now. Let's go for our home screen and add this property. So inside here, on delete item, we're gonna pass a function called on delete item. Now let's go and declare this function. Const on delete item is gonna be an arrow function, and inside it, we're gonna just for now console.log item, and we need to pass the item here. Okay, now let's save and try to press at any delete button. And here too, we need to pass the item data. So we need here to add this item. Now let's press save and go and log and see what we get in the log. So when we press at any item, we get the data of this item. For example, this, the polling green, this is the title and the cover and the ID. Okay, when we press here also, we get those data of this item. The main important data that I want is the ID. So let's try to log item.id and press save and let's clear and try to press at anyone. If we press here, we get here the ID. Now let's go and make our HTTP delete request. So we're gonna go to HTTP functions and go to the function delete POC by ID and add a third parameter. This parameter is gonna be the ID. So let's make it item ID, and this 3 is a static value because this function only delete the book with ID 3. We want to delete any book with its ID. So instead of this 3, we're gonna just add the item ID and press save. Now let's go to our home screen and to call this API. So inside delete item here, we're gonna add the function delete book by ID. And this is taking 3 parameters. On success, let's only log something, success. And on error, let's only log the error, console.log error. And finally ID, item ID, and is gonna be item.id. This item.id. Now let's press save and try to delete any item. For example, this item here, polling green, let's delete it. We get a message, book is deleted successfully, but the book still exists here. Why? Actually, the book is deleted. And if you go to your database, you're gonna notice that the item is deleted. Also, if you reload your app, you're gonna notice it's deleted. Okay? But we want to make sure this item is deleted when we press on this button. So that's easy. We can just refetch our list again. When we delete a book, just refetch our list. So instead of this console.log function, we're gonna just copy and paste this function, get list of box, and press save. And let's try to delete any book again. Let's delete the book with Jackson. Now it's deleted. Let's try to delete the first one. Now it's deleted. Let's try to delete this South. It's deleted. Now see, you can delete any item that you want because you just refetch this function. But because your code is duplicated, you can create a function and call it, because duplicated code is not a good approach. So let's create a function here. Let's name it const get list of box fn, for example. And inside this function, we're gonna just copy this code and paste it here, because this code is the same as this code. So instead of duplicating it, we can just paste this function here and also delete this and paste this function here, because there's a principle in programming called DRY. Don't repeat yourself. Okay, now let's press save and try to delete box. So let's delete this item here. Look, it's deleted. Let's try to delete this too. It's deleted. Now you've learned how to delete any item that you want. In next lesson, we're gonna learn how to create a new box and save it in database. Before we create our post request, our create book functionalities, we need to add some components. For example, the add button component. We want to create a rounded button and inside of it a plus icon. First, let's format our code. So format document, and let's go to our components. Inside src components, let's create a button. Let's name it with add button.tsx. Okay, let's create a functional component rnfes to create this app button, and let's add style here, styles.container, and put it down here. Let's render this button inside our home screen. So inside this, after the flat list, let's import it and render it. Now this is our app button. Now let's style it. Let's add it some height. Let's make it, for example, 60. Let's make it, for example, 100, and width 100 as well. Let's add a background color. Let's choose any hex color. This is the React color. You can choose any hex. For example, let's use this color, this hex color. The colors and the design things, it's not your responsibility. It's the responsibility of UI UX design team. So don't worry about the UI and styling. Okay, let's create border radius. Let's make it 40. And let's make this button only 80, not 100. Okay, let's remove this add button text and add plus icon. So let's open Expo vector icon, Expo vector icons, and let's pick any plus icon. For example, let's add this plus here. So let's copy this code to import and this line to render. Okay, now let's press save and see. Now this is our icon. Let's make the color of it white like this, and let's center it. Justify content center, align items center as well. Let's make it bigger. For example, let's make it 50. Now it's bigger. Let's move this button to make it in the middle. So align self center. Now this is our add button. Let's change this view to make it pressable, because we want to make it pressable, or we can make it touchable opacity also, as you've learned before. Oops, we got duplicated. So let's just remove this and press save. Now this is our add button. Now let's make it do something when we press on it. So here we want to create a screen. When we press on this add button, a screen appears from down to the top and show the inputs to allow us to add new box. So what is the component that's responsible for this? Yes, it's a modal component. So let's create a modal component. The modal component is the default value of it is visible equals to true. So let's make it false right now. Okay. And let's create a state. Let's duplicate this code. Let's change it. Modal visible. Is gonna be, the initial value is gonna be false. And let's add it here as false. So, and let's add animation type to be equals slide. Now when we press on this add button, nothing still happened because we didn't pass any functions here. So let's create on press. So let's go to this add button and to add on press here as a prop. So on press equals to on press and add it as a property here. Okay, now when we go there and add on press property, we can set our modal to be visible. Set our modal visible to be true. Now, if we press on this, now our modal appear here. Finally, let's create our add POC screen. So inside our home screen, let's add a screen for add POC screen.tsx. Let's create a functional component RNFES. Let's replace this view with SafeAreaView. Let's add an icon here to delete, to close the modal. For example, let's open our Expo icons and search for close. Okay, let's copy this. Copy the import. Second, copy the component and render it here. Now let's press save and see. Nothing appeared yet because we didn't render this add box screen here. So we need to go to our home screen and render our add box screen inside our modal and press save. Now this icon appears here. We want to change the color of it to make it red. Let's open our hex color and choose a red color. For example, let's pick this or this and make the color of it like that. It's not like the green that I want. It's not like the red that I want. Let's make it harder. It looks better. Okay, now when we press on this button, I want to close the modal. So let's add the onPress property as a property as well. OnPress equals to onPress, and let's pass it as prop and go to our home screen and to use it here. So when we press on this icon, we're gonna set modal visible to be false. Now let's press save and try. When we press here, it's closed. When we press here, it's open. When we press here, it's closed. One last thing. On press here in this button, it makes sense, this property name, but in this screen, it doesn't make sense. We want to change this on press. So let's go to open screen, add box screen, and to change on press, this name, let's make it, for example, on close screen press, or let's on close screen, or let's make it on close screen press, or on close icon press. Okay, now let's copy it and paste it here because it must be the same, and also it must be the same here inside home screen. Okay, now let's try open close because we set this modal visible to be true, and when it's true, this visible value is true, so it's open. And when we press on close icon, we set it to false, so in this modal visible is gonna be false, so modal closed. I think this button is much bigger. Let's reduce it one more time. Let's make it 70. I think that's better. Let's try it on Android. Let's press A to open Android device and see. Let's press Y. It tells me to install Expo Go version. I pressed Y to install it. And see. In Android, it just need some margin button. So inside here, add button. Inside this is style. Let's add margin button. Let's make it, for example, 30. Let's see in iOS. So let's add platform.os. If it's equal to Android, it's gonna be 30. Else, let's make it 0. Now let's save. Now it looks better at both devices, Android and iOS. Now let's implement our add box screen, this screen. But to implement it, we need 4 inputs. Input for book name, input for cover, input for author name, and input for the price. So now let's go and create a custom text input. So let's close all those tabs and leave add box screen, and let's go to our components and create a new component. Let's name it app text input.tsx. This is gonna be a React component like this. Okay, we're gonna just render a text input with those properties. First, the value, we're gonna pass it as a prop here, value, and on change text, we're gonna pass it also as a prop here because we want to make our component is reusable. And the third is placeholder. We're gonna pass it also as prop. And finally, keyboard type. Is there a way to pass all text input properties? Of course there is. We can spread here the other props of our text input and also add them here inside props. This way allow us to use all of your text input properties. For example, like default value and so, and all the text input properties, okay? But now we just need those 4 properties: the value, on a change, placeholder, and keyboard type, because we're gonna use them inside our add box screen. So now let's try to render this app text input and add to him some styling. So let's go to our add box screen and let's add a view here with text inside it. Let's make it box details. Let's give this view some styling, styles dot body, for example, and this text, let's add to him some styling. Let's make it style dot title, and now let's do those styles. Let's create those styles. Body, we're gonna make it justify content, center, align items, center as well. We're gonna make the width as 100%. And finally, we're gonna add some padding horizontal of 15. And padding top, let's make it 30. Now let's make some styling for this title. So let's add title. We're gonna add font weight, make it bold, and font size is gonna be 16. Now let's press save. And finally, margin bottom 20 to make space between it and the inputs. Now let's add our text input, our custom input that we've done, that we've built. App text input. Now let's go and give him some styling. So let's go to our app text input here and add to this view style of styles.container. And let's create this style here. So let's make the background color is a light gray. So we can get a color from here. Let's make it this light gray. Let's copy this hex color and add it here. Let's make the width 100% and let's make the height, for example, 40 pixels. Let's add a border radius 8. Finally, let's add a justify content to be in the center, to center the text input, and add some padding horizontal of 8. Now that's our text input. Now let's go and pass to it those properties. So the first text input, the placeholder of it is gonna be box name. Okay, we're gonna create another one for author name. We're gonna create another one for cover image. And finally, we're gonna create another one for book price. Book price. Now we got here 4. We just need to add some space here. So let's go to our text input and add margin button to be 20, for example. Okay. So now those are 4 inputs. I don't like this green gray. Let's change the color. Let's pick another one. So let's make it this color, this light gray. And instead of that, I think that's much better. Okay. Now let's go and control those inputs. To control inputs, we're gonna later use a React hook form. We're gonna use this wonderful package later in our e-commerce project. Since this package handle and control text inputs very easily and handle errors also very easily. It's called React hook form. We're gonna use it later. But since here we are focusing on networking, we're gonna use the useState hook. And also I want to teach you how to use useState hook in controlling text input, because you must learn this. Okay, so this is the traditional way to handle text input. Okay, so now let's go to our add box screen and add some useState hooks. So first we're gonna create a hook for box name and set box name. Okay, we're gonna duplicate this, and instead of box name we're gonna change author name. Okay, we're gonna duplicate this, and instead of author name we're gonna make it cover URL, like this. And finally we're gonna duplicate this and just type price. So here we're gonna control the book name, and here the author name, and here the cover URL, and here the price of the book. So inside our app text input we're gonna pass the value of it. For example, this first text input we're gonna add the value of this book name state. Okay, and also here in author name the value is gonna be author name. And third, the value of cover URL is gonna be cover URL state. And finally, the value here is gonna be the price. Now, if you change anything here, nothing got changed. You cannot type anything because this value is not updated. Look, you cannot type anything. You can't type. Look, you cannot type anything. So now let's go and control those inputs. So let's add another property, only change text. And the first one is gonna be set book name. Now if you try to change the book name, look, it got changed because what you type here, for example, AAAA, now was stored inside this book name. So if you console.log book name and press save and open terminal C, look, we got here AAA. Let's clear the log to make you watch. Let's, for example, add FFF. Look, what you type here, you can log it and you can access it inside your project, so you can send it for the back end or do whatever you want. Now you are handled this input to get data that user type. Okay, so now let's make the following for the rest of inputs. So in the second one, only change text, this is gonna be set author name. The third one, only change text, this is gonna be set cover URL. And finally, in the price, we're gonna make only change text, we're gonna add set price. Now let's press save. Now you can change all the inputs that you want. For this price, let's add a keyboard type here, and make it numeric. Now, if you press on POC, you get here, it's a numeric keyboard, okay? Let's format our document, so just right click and format document. Now our code looks better. Now we still need one last component here inside add box screen, and this component is gonna be the save button. So let's create a new component inside our src components folder. Let's create a app button.tsx. This is different from add button. This is add button with plus, and this is app button. Okay, now let's create a React component, and let's go and render it here inside add box screen to see what we get. After this view, let's render it here. Okay, now let's go and style it. So let's give it style, styles.container. We've done this before in the UI section. Let's make the width of it 100. Let's make the background color of it the primary color of the app. It's a best practice to store this primary color inside a theme object. We're gonna do this later. Let's give it height with 40 pixels. And let's add justify content to center and align items to center as well, to center the title. And finally, border radius 8. Let's put it inside this view to have this spaces here, this padding horizontal, to be like the inputs, okay? Now let's change this app button to make it save. You can pass it as property here as a title, but we're not gonna use this button in many things. So we can put it as a static value like here without props. And finally, style, let's style the title. Let's make the color white and font size 16 and font weight bold. Okay, now this is our button. To make it clickable, we need to add it in touchable opacity. Oops, we got duplicated, so we need to remove one of them. Now let's press save. Now our button is clickable. Finally, let's add the onPress handler. So onPress, let's pass it as property here. And now let's go and use our button here. So inside our screen here, let's import it. So inside our add box screen, let's add onPress. Let's make it for now on close icon press. This property, when we press on this icon, this screen got closed. So when we press on this button also, it's gonna be closed. Look. Now when we press on save, it got closed. Now we've created our save button. In next lesson, we're gonna make this button make an API call with those data. So when we enter data here and press save, this button is gonna fire an HTTP request. In previous lesson, we've learned how to create new block. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to edit block. First, this delete button work. So if we press here, the block is gonna be deleted, but this edit button, it doesn't work yet. We didn't add any handler to it. So first, let's go to our block component, book card, and scroll down. See, this is the delete icon, and this is the container of it, has a onPress handler, on delete item. Let's add, but this is the edit button, doesn't have. So let's add onPress handler to it, and let's make it, for example, on edit item or block, whatever you want. This is the name of the prop. So let's pass this beside the delete as property. So now we can do something when we press on this button. Now let's close our book card and go to our home screen. And down here, let's use our property on edit item equals to function on edit item. This is a function and pass the item. This is a function that we will create it right now. So let's go up here and create this function. Const on edit item. It takes the item. And let's for now log our item to see. Now let's open the terminal and see the log. When we press here, log, we can log the data of the item. For example, book title, name of author, book price. Let's try with Soul. Log, book title is Soul. That's the cover. That's the name of the author. Now we can get access to our item here. But how to create our API call? We want, when we press on here, we want to show up this modal. Okay? So let's, when we press on edit item, let's open the modal. So let's set modal visible to be true. Okay, so first set modal visible is gonna be true. So when we press here, our modal is open. Look, but the data doesn't appear here. We need to add the data. For example, if we press on edit sole, this edit button, the sole title and the price and the cover URL must be appear in those inputs. How to do that? That's pretty easy. We just need to pass a couple of props. So we're gonna go to our add box screen and let's add a prop called selected item. Okay, this property is gonna take some data. What is the data that is gonna take? It's a data that we're gonna take from here. We want to put this item in a state value to pass it as a prop to this screen, to this modal screen. Okay, so let's create another state, use state hook to store our state of selected box. So let's name it with selected item or selected box and set selected item. It's gonna be equals to useState and it's gonna be an object. Okay, and when we press on edit item, we're gonna set the selected item to this item. Okay, and finally we're gonna pass this selected item to this add box screen. So we're gonna scroll down here inside add box screen. We're gonna use the third prop called selected item. It's gonna be equals to the selected item from our state. So now let's delete this log and go to our add screen to see. Now if we just press on this hole, now we are in add box screen. Let's try to log this selected item instead of this box name. So let's log selected item and press save and see in the log. Look, now we have here the last log, book title, the cover, and so now we're gonna create a simple condition here inside those user states. We're gonna make this simple condition. If we have selected item dot book title, just render it as initial state. Otherwise, make it empty. Now let's press save and see. Look, when we press save, our title appears here. What happens here? We just tell him if you have this selected item property, just take the data from it. For example, the book name, take the book title and render it. If you don't have it, just keep it empty, string. Okay. Second, the author name. We're gonna do the same thing. If you have selected item dot the author name of author, just render it or keep it empty string. Now that's the author name. Let's do the same thing with cover URL. If you have selected item dot cover, just take it or keep it empty. And finally, if you have selected item dot price of book from here, or just render empty string. Look, now we have here those 4 things, but we get another issue. How to know this save button, will it do edit or create? What should it do? That's pretty easy. We're gonna see if we have an object with selected item, we're gonna make it edit. If we don't have this object, we're gonna make it create. If we just converted our selected item to Boolean, those 2 marks to convert our object or our data to a Boolean. So it returns here a true. Let's clear the log to show you. Look, it's true. Okay. So if this is true, we're gonna edit the bug. If it's not true, we're gonna create a new bug. Okay. So now let's create our edit bug function. But before we edit our bug, we just need to go to our HTTP and to make it a little change in our update book function. The first change, we're gonna pass the body, okay? The body, because this is the body, we're gonna update. The second change, we're gonna replace this static ID of 8 and to make it dynamic. So let's add another property, for example, ID, and pass it here. Okay, now let's go to our add book screen and try to use this add book update book API. So let's create another function, or we can take a copy of this function. So let's just copy it like this and make some changes. For example, we're gonna rename this to be edit book, and this API call, we're gonna fire a update book from HTTP here. Okay, we just need to add the missing property is ID, and this ID is gonna be selected item dot ID. Selected item dot ID. Now let's press save, and finally go to our save button, and we're gonna fire on press. We're gonna do this condition. If we have selected item and it's true, just fire this function, edit book function. Otherwise, create book function. So if we have selected item, we're gonna edit this item. But if we don't have selected item, we're gonna create a new item. So let's try with Sol. Let's make this Sol, let's change it to be, for example, updated. And let's make the price, for example, 100. And now let's press save. And now let's try to save and see. Look, book has been updated and the title become updated and the price become 100. Let's go and update this AAAPPP book. Let's go on this button and let's change the AAA. For example, let's make it updated number 2. And the author is updated success, and the price, let's make it 200, and the image URL, let's use this image. Let's copy the link of it and paste it here and press save. Now book has been updated and we see here updated number 2, updated success, and 200. Now you've learned how to update items. One last change. What if we press here? We got here a bug. Why we got this bug? Because in our home screen we stored the selected item and we didn't clear the state. So we need to just clear the state when we press on add button here. So we're gonna go to this button. We just set modal visible to be true here. We need to do another thing. The other thing is gonna be clear our state, clear our selected item state to make it an empty object. Look, like this. So when we press on here, we're gonna show the modal and clear our selected item. Why clear selected item? Because this selected item is gonna be empty object. So when we go in add book screen, it's gonna be false. So when it's false, it's gonna create a new book, not edit book. Okay. Now let's press save and see. Look, now it's empty. When we press here, those fields are empty. But if we press here and enter, those are filled with data. If we press here and updated, those are filled with data. If we press here, the fields are empty. I know this app doesn't have the best UI, but I just wanted to focus on handling HTTP requests and how to call APIs, how to connect with database, how to handle backend APIs. And I hope this lesson was easy. and I hope this lesson was clear and simple for you. And since this is not the best UI, I have a task for you. Please create a wonderful UI for this app and train yourself to make a different API calls. Hi guys, sorry to interrupt. I just will take 2 minutes of your time. I just would like to let you know that this tutorial is the first 5 hours of my full React Native course on Udemy. The complete course contains more videos to learn all the skills you need to land your first job or build your own app and start your business. And also source code, exercises, important articles, certification of complete, FQ section to answer your questions, free JavaScript course, and my course is up to date. Also, it contains React Native CLI. So if you're interested, enroll now, the link in description. And I promise by end of this course you'll master React Native.